All right, looks like we've gone live on YouTube. So guys, Mehak and Ashni are our conveners for the day. They'll be taking us through the entire day's event. After they start, I'll probably take a quick minute to set the tone and then hand it over to Mehak.
Sure, JD.
Ajay sir, thank you for joining us.
Thanks. I am here. I'm listening. Some of the great comments.
No, thank you so much. So, Ajay sir, we are starting with our international panel in a few minutes, and Nicola, Daniel, Yukistan, and Nevin. Ajay Thakur leads the Bombay Stock Exchange SME and startup platform. He's been instrumental in setting up the whole ecosystem for SMEs and startups to raise capital from the markets. And I believe so far 350 such companies have taken advantage of that, and I believe several hundred more in the pipeline. Thank you for joining us, Ajay.
Thanks, Jadiji. Thanks. It's my pleasure.
Mac, we do have the audience coming in, right?
Yes.
Daniel, are you? I believe you're on the East Coast, right?
Actually, I'm in American Southwest in Arizona.
Oh, right.
About 6 hours from San Diego. So close, not too far away from a coast that we need to get there for a weekend, but
right.
Not a whole lot of water where we are, unless it's this week.
How's the situation where you are?
It seems to be steadily getting better, at least in the state that I'm in. There are some states in the United States that I think are having problems, but fortunately, it's not doing too bad here. But we are watching everything around the globe, and our hearts certainly go out to everybody in India right now facing that. And that can get under control really quick.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear that things are improving. Meg, we are a couple of minutes away. You want to run a quick sound check, and then we can go at 12.
Jeannie. So, basic hygiene things which I want to share with everyone is that all the panelists have their video and audio on, but all the attendees have their video and audio off. If you have any questions, you can write it on the chat box, but I would recommend do not share any link on the chat box. Also, in case of any question and answers, there is a panel on the bottom panel. There is Q&A section where you can post questions over there so that our panelists could answer your question at the end of the session. I would encourage people to ask more questions so that we can have an interactive session at the end of the panel discussion. And hope my voice is audible to everyone, clear, and you can listen to us, everyone. You can raise your hands by telling me so. All these.
Yes.
Sure. I got to. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Should we start, Jenny? I think we should wait for 2 minutes more.
Sure, let's give it a minute more. I see that attendees are coming in.
Just a quick question before we start. Is there an order for the presentation of the talk, or there would be a questionnaire session? How does, like Mayank or Jaideep, you could probably enlighten?
Sure, I believe Aditi and I were speaking, and she's planning to run it in a discussion format, right, Aditi?
Yes, yes. So in a Q&A format?
Fair enough. I just have probably 3 or 4 slides just to put the Middle East perspective. So, and then soon after that, I'll be able to take the Q&A.
Mehak, I think we should start.
Yes, Jay. So welcome everyone for the World IP Day celebrations today. I am Mehak Jasani, and along with my colleague Ms. Ashni Iyer will be the event convener for today. So any questions, anything, you can put it on the chat box and we'll address all the questions. Moving forward, I would like to invite Jaideep Keval Ramani, CEO of Legacy Services, to welcome you guys for the World IP Day celebrations.
Right, Mehak, thank you. And first of all, a warm welcome to everyone, especially our panelists and all the audience. As we know that we are globally going through a tough time due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Just doesn't seem to stop, and India has been hit by what can be called as a tsunami. It started a couple of weeks back and is expected to peak out in a few weeks. I hope everyone stays safe during that, and our prayers for everyone. Big thank you to WIPO for committing April 26th as the World IP Day, and to our co-host Bombay Stock Exchange and our academia partner V-School for agreeing to participate in this event. This is our second year where we are organizing the Legasis World IP Day. It's a proud privilege to invite a series of experts and stalwarts to come and share their views. We've got an exciting day lined up ahead, starting with the international panel. Our panelists have broken all time zone barriers and are over here. A big thank you to all of them. As the day progresses, we will unfold several different perspectives that different panelists will bring to the table. And we hope to wrap well in time for all of you to get your evening schedules in order. We know it's Monday, so it's going to be a busy work day. So the timing kind of works well for everyone. Without much ado, once again, a warm welcome, and back to you, Mehak. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaideep. So we have an interesting panel discussion right now on global learning, resolving the SME IP ecosystem paradox. We have with us expert speakers from all over the world to share their insights on the same. And now I would like to invite Dr. Nicola Maxwell. Hello, ma'am. Dr. Maxwell is a registered trans-Tasman patent attorney of about 15 years of experience. In 2013, Dr. Maxwell moved to Queensland to manage the Brisbane office of one of the Australia's top-tier law firm, Foundry Intellectual Property. She is a fellow of IPTA and a member of RACI. With first-class credentials in science and intellectual property, Dr. Maxwell specializes in the preparation and prosecution of patent applications in a variety of technological areas. Over time, Dr. Maxwell has developed a focus on interface between mechanical and chemical engineering related technologies, including the manufacture and the supply of building and construction material, explosive chemicals, and mining services, agriculture technologies, ranging from fertilizers to agricultural plastic, as well as mining and mineral related technologies. Dr. Maxwell is also a patent analyst. In 2011, she spent 2 years with Thomson Reuters using patent document as a big data source. Dr. Maxwell is now an honorary associate at UTS and has published in the area of patent citation analysis. Welcome, Dr. Maxwell.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have with us is Dr. Hiroyuki Hashimoto. Welcome, sir. Dr. Hashimoto is patent attorney, senior manager at Shiga International. Dr. Hashimoto specializes in general machinery, fluid machinery, heat exchangers, optical fibers, and control systems. He has conducted research on heat transfer accompanying phase changes, that is boiling and condensation. He has experience in consulting and sales of optical measuring machines, research and development of next generation nuclear reactors, making use of supercritical carbon dioxide loop and production distribution of non-ferrous metal powders. Dr. Hashimoto regularly presents lecture on a wide range of intellectual property topics at foreign IP organizations such as BPLA, ACCJ, and IPLACF. Welcome, Dr. Hashimoto. We are honored to have you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have with us is Mr. Nevin Jacob Koshi. Hello, sir. Mr. Koshi is partner and is currently heading the patent design copyright departments of United Trademark and Patent Services in their Dubai office. Mr. Koshi is credible distinction engineer in biotechnology and commendable high merit attorney in intellectual property law from the finest university in the United Kingdom. He is member of Chartered Institute of Patent Attorneys, United Kingdom. He has worked for a number of reputed biotech industries, both as research scientist and as an intellectual property consultant. He has also worked as an IP consultant in the Technology Transfer Department of Queen Mary, University of London. He is active in various international intellectual property organizations such as INTA, AIPLA, CIPA, APPA, and is currently one of the board of directors of the AIPPI UAE chapter. His focus areas are patents, designs, and copyright protection locally, regional, international. He's also involved in trademark filing and prosecution matters for his clients. He's actively involved in IP training sessions and is a profound speaker on several regional and international conferences. Welcome, Mr. Koshi. Next, we have with us is Mr. Daniel Landau. Daniel Landau is a partner and registered patent attorney with Hayes Solway in Arizona, USA, and has been with the firm since 2007. He specializes in the preparation and prosecution of domestic and foreign patent application with focus in the mechanical, electrical, computer arts, but he practices in all areas of intellectual property, including trademark registration and enforcement, copyright registration and enforcement, licensing, and corporate matters. His clients include leading global corporations, educational institutions, established companies, startups, and independent inventors, and everyone in between. He believes in taking time to fully understand each client's particular situation and to provide them with tailored, practical, and budget-conscious advice for protecting their IP. We are honored to have you, sir. The session will be moderated by Ms. Aditi Gellon. She is Delivery Head IPR at Legasis. Over to you, Aditi.
Yeah. Thank you, Meg, and welcome everyone. So to set the tone and the agenda that we have for this discussion is how SMEs see as a global perspective. Let me start with a very short line that SME is the growth of economy. And like everything starts with an idea, a creative mind, and that's how the any startup or a SME is based on. So with this, what we want to discuss in this panel is how the SME and the startup culture is growing in other countries, and how we, as in India, see the growth in innovation and IP, and how it is becoming important for any SME to consider IP as a strategic way of winning in the market. So with this, I open this discussion, and I would request Ms. Nicola to give her insights on what, and as an opening remark, as what you see as happening or a trend when it comes to an SME and innovation in Australia?
Thanks, Aditi. I just want to mention that my husband is a startup entrepreneur, and I live with that startup culture morning and night, listening to it from a personal perspective, not just from the business perspective that I get in my job. And so you see that the things that people talk about professionally and the challenges that they face, I think when you have it in your home, you also realize what a huge personal investment it is to be in a startup, and how challenging it can be to learn across all the different challenges that you have to face. So from a patent attorney's point of view, I often come across startups when they're looking into the patent system. And so my expertise comes from giving them advice on how to enter into that innovation system and how it can complement their business. One article that I really like and that I think really puts it in a nutshell for me was written back in 2007. It's called The Man Study. And the Man Study took about 877 venture-backed software companies in the US, and they had all received venture capital funding. And what that Man Study found was that about 24% of those companies had at least one patent. And they found that companies with patents in that study had received about 73% more funding than those companies without patents. And I like to say that to my clients when they come to me, because I think it's really important for them to understand that when they're investing into this system that's expensive, there is a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of that ability to interact with investors that will ultimately put that money back into your business. That study also found that companies without patents were twice as likely to go bankrupt compared to those with patents, and also that they were 4 times more likely to go to an IPO. Now, I think there's an argument to say, based on that study, that just having a patent isn't enough. Really, what that study showed was that those companies with the patents were the ones with the experienced directors, experienced teams that put together the system that allowed for those patents to flourish. But what also I think that it means is that getting involved into the patent system, getting some experience, having a go at trying to protect yourself in the market is really important and can result in useful outcomes. So every day in my job, I'm talking to people that find the system incredibly confusing. I think I wouldn't have a job if the system was more straightforward, but it's always nice to help those people through a system and ultimately see them be successful at the other side. So I think from an Australian perspective, people are quite brave, but they're also quite local in their mindset. And so I'm always trying to encourage people to try to think a little bit more globally, but cost is always an issue. I'd be interested to hear how that is faced in other countries.
Right. Thank you for that first of the comments, but I would like to hear what Mr. Hiroki has to say about Japan.
Hello, thank you. This actually, maybe I suppose that there is some impression for people from foreign country that intellectual property is not enforceable in Japan. In some aspect, it's correct because there are not so much lawsuit, infringement, no court action. So from this perspective, the IPR, intellectual property right, is not effective in Japan. But reality is a little bit different. And actually, it is important for, especially for SMEs, to obtain a patent right or IPR to protect your market share. Because if your technology or product is not protected by intellectual property right, the large entity like large company will be coming to you and trying to take over your market share. So let's say here in Japan, the direct dispute like lawsuit or infringement lawsuit is not active, but economical dispute is so active. So for all the SMEs, it's recommended to protect your idea, products, services by IPR in order to secure your product in the market. And can I share some example in this window? Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think you are seeing the example prepared from our side. So you can see the slides now. And this is the good example. It's the introduced by JPO. It's the successful example. This is the case in Japan, but it's there are some recommendation for all the SMEs, not only in Japan, but for all worldwide. This is the example from the company called System Square. So System Square is the name of the company, and they are producing X-ray inspection system. And this product is very unique, and this product includes a lot of new, unique technical ideas. But according to System Square, if this product is not protected by patent, maybe large company will be coming and try to take over this technology or this market share for this equipment. But this System Square realized that patent right is important to protect this product, and they obtain a lot of patent right, and they are successful in keeping their market share. So for SMEs in Japanese market, the IPR is important for protection, defense to exclusion of competitors. And offense like infringement lawsuits is not their first place purpose, but at least the IPR is very effective to keep your market share. This is the information, general information or advice for the SMEs for all over the world.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So, Nevan, would you like to share what you see in the Gulf countries and how innovation is taking an important role in the country?
Okay, can you hear me? I just unmuted myself.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And are you all able to see my slide?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me just make it a full screen. Yeah, I just wanted to take it in a structured way so that a couple of points at least after the discussion, the virtual audience would be able to take through. First of all, good afternoon, fellow panelists and our virtual audience who have been joined from different sides of the globe. I hope and pray that you all continue to be safe and healthy during the difficult times, and we come out of this sooner than later. It is my pleasure to be part of this exciting group and throw some insights on the SME and the innovation culture, which is being gently nurtured in the Middle East jurisdiction, especially the GCC countries. My special thanks to Legasis team for organizing this event on this World IP. We all do our small part to spread the IP awareness among the business community, and this time along with the team of WIPO, which is IP and SME, taking your ideas to market. Now, I usually share this slide so that everyone's on the same page. When we talk about Middle East, there's a lot of confusion. Which are the countries involved? What are the countries? So just for today's conversation purpose, I'm just going to concentrate on the GCC countries. Obviously, I would not be doing justice to all the 6 countries that is covering the GCC, but in general, because the culture is almost the similar way. But being in United Arab Emirates and being in Dubai specifically, SMEs is the backbone of any economy, and rightly so in all these GCC countries. Example, SMEs represent more than 94% of the companies in the United Arab Emirates, employing about 86% of the country's private sector workforce, and generates 52% of the non-oil GDP. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit across the globe, including the Middle East countries, the leadership in this region was quick to act by initiating strategic policies in the 6 key areas, which includes health, economy, food security, education, community, and the government in itself. Again, as I said before, though I would not be able to do justice in 10 minutes to outline these policies, a couple of highlights that I want to put here is the UAE Ministry of Economy slashed fees for 94 of its government services, including trademark registration, licensing, renewal, which amounts to up to 98% reduction in certain services. Being IP, I would just want to highlight the trademark, the official fee, which is historically high in these jurisdictions. UAE had taken that step to reduce the official cost in order to encourage innovation, encourage IP filings in the country. The World Expo, as you might be already knowing, is scheduled in Dubai this year. It awarded more than 4.6 billion to SMEs, since nearly 50% of all businesses registered with the Expo initiative, and 56% of all Expo contracts have been awarded to this sector. UAE again appointed a dedicated minister for the state of business and SME, introduced Minister of State for Digital Economy and Artificial Intelligence. Recently, the government initiated the Golden Visa. The category for the Golden Visa, just to give a background, is UAE is known for expat community. Almost 85 to 90% of the population in the country is expat. Now, to encourage investment, to encourage innovation, and to have a long-term investment, both from SMEs and otherwise, they have introduced this Golden Visa category. Of the many criteria that involves in the issuance of Golden Visa, one of the criteria is the applicant, if they hold a patent application or a granted patent from a UAE patent office, they are eligible to apply. Again, persons skilled in certain sectors like artificial intelligence, biotechnology, these are areas of prime importance, and they give these Golden Visa to the applicants. Again, it's all on a case-to-case basis. One of the examples that we have is, as a firm, we were able to give around 5 nominations to our inventors selected by the Patent Office of UAE for the Golden Visa category. Now, it is up to the inventors and the applicant to take that forward, but the nomination was given by the Patent Office because of the sole reason that these patent was filed in the UAE and it was granted by the UAE Patent Office. So such are the, I mean, I'm just throwing some insights and lights, and such are the initiatives taken by the government. So what I see with the experience is the government here is doing its role in promoting the SMEs, but what is still lacking is the resourceful awareness of IP, intellectual property, among the SME community. For this, as a continuous efforts, we as a firm and others as a firm, partner with government entities as well as local universities to spread the IP awareness. Now, I'm sure most of our virtual audience is coming from the SME background. This is the nutshell which we usually provided to the SMEs as well as universities, just to outline how important IP is. It shows a typical cycle of an invention from an idea to commercialization stage. Now, take a quick 4 seconds to analyze this diagram. You will notice that throughout these stages, we have to audit the various possibilities of IP, including patents, trademarks, designs, copyrights, trade secrets. Now, the earlier we decide, the better chance we have to protect it before it falls in public domain. Again, I'm not here to go in depth about the various IP domains and such, but to throw an insight on how IP is a vital tool during the development stage of a product or innovation. Again, people talk about patterns, people talk about designs. What, as an attorney, we all try to do is see the invention, see the product, and how best to incorporate all the different IP domains. And each domain protection has its own limitation. And hence, a combination of such rights will provide the maximum protection during the lifespan of the product. Again, as an example, which is the famous, we usually quote to KFC. Now, this is the best example of how an IP can exist together. The slide is, again, self-explanatory. I don't want to go in detail. KFC as a brand have a patent to its process, which was granted in 1966, the design protection for the bucket, of course, the trademark and the trade secret for the recipe, and the copyright which exists in any of their artistic work, including their website. Before I wind up with the slides, IP audit and educating the client's workforce is a continuous process. This enables the organization to fine-tune their existing IP protection and identify new IP. And that's the first take-home message from my side. The second point is for legal professional to make sure you educate your client about IP. I've seen a lot of matters where filings are done based on initial instruction without knowing their portfolio or assessing whether what has been asked for is the best possible protection for their invention. And the third point is one non-legal professional to make sure you use an IP professional in the region of your business interest. That in itself will save a lot of your time and money. Well, that's the brief outline to start off. Thank you for your patience and time. Let us obviously continue further with the discussion.
Yes, thank you, Nevin. And going to Daniel, we know US has been the start of the startup culture and a lot of things happening in US which the countries follow through. So I would want to know your insight on how the government is taking the startup culture and with probably a right indication on the IP economy.
Sure, Aditi, thank you. The startup culture is very strong in the United States. There are many organizations, and a lot of them work together very collaboratively to get companies up and out there and get their product or their service to market. And intellectual property certainly is a important part of startups, as well as SMEs, beyond the startup level. And that importance seems to only be growing in the United States. For a lot of the startup companies that I work with, in their discussions, one of the first questions that they're asked is what IP do they have? Do they have patents? Do they have copyrights? Do they have trademarks? And this question is asked by their partners, prospective partner companies, and especially asked a lot by potential investors who are interested in supporting that company and helping that company grow to the next level. And I think that intellectual property really adds a lot of assets to those startup companies and SMEs in general. Not only is it something that you can have to use to keep your competition at bay and try to better build consumer recognition with trademarks or to secure the rights to your product or your service through a patent. But eventually that really adds to an asset to the company, and that asset becomes something that's tangible and can be used to acquire that company later on down the road. So there are a lot of startups that build that IP, and they're really building value to their company. And when they decide to exit later on, they have assets beyond their physical assets, beyond their know-how, beyond their employees, and so forth. So it becomes very strong for startups to have a robust intellectual property portfolio. And it's not always difficult to secure that IPR portfolio in the United States. There are certainly daunting parts of intellectual property in the United States, such as enforcing intellectual property. It's certainly no question that litigation in the United States can be very expensive. But a lot of times there are mechanisms to resolve intellectual property disputes without going to litigation, such as before the patent office, or simply having an IP asset that you can use in defense of somebody else asserting, a patent against you, for example. So even in the worst case scenario with litigation, there still is value to having that intellectual property asset. And beyond that, I think that there are easy ways for people to secure their IP at the patent office level. There are programs that the patent office offers to reduce the costs of securing IP. And there are a lot of discounted fees that can be provided, especially to companies that might be pre-revenue or very minimal revenue. So what I think it boils down to is that it's a large market in the United States. It can be easy to secure intellectual property if you take the correct steps early. And once you have that intellectual property, it can really add to the company's value, and it can be used in potential, offensive or defensive situations down the road if need be.
Right. So I think I get two very interesting points from our initial comments by everyone is basically how to protect and keep the market share when it comes to SMEs, and same time, is it important for them when it comes to cost and the large companies filing IPs, the number of IPs that they file, and the limitations that a SME sees when it comes to IP filings? Because when we talk about Indian scenario, there are always the importance of the benefits and how quick the benefits come from these IPs. So, Nicola, I would want to know your insights as to when you talk to clients or you see the startup culture at home as well, how important is the cost when it comes to IP filings, and is that a major factor when SMEs decide what they should be doing and how they should be strategizing, or anything else that you see as an important factor?
I think, cost is always an issue. And the way I try to explain it is I think that the cost of the patenting system should be a small percentage of the return on investment. So ideally, you want your patenting costs to be about 5% of what you're making from the invention. Now, that's all very well and good, except what happens is the patent costs go much, much faster than the development of the invention in most cases. So the people that I'm seeing, my practice includes a lot of small clients. I do have some larger companies in my portfolio, but mostly it's small entities up here in Brisbane, Queensland. And mostly when they come to me, and I try to explain to them, let's say they're going into a national stage of the patenting process, which can be, in some cases it can be, up to 25, 30,000 US dollars, and that's being conservative. That can be shocking to them and their business. And so what I try to explain to them is that if that's not just a small part of the amount of profit that you're intending to make off this invention, then is this the right decision for you in terms of the number of countries that you've chosen for protection or your business or commercialization plan? So I think it's important to try not to sink my clients with patenting costs. So what I often recommend is that they just look closely at what markets they're really going to exploit in. And oftentimes it's just the local market, it's just Australia, and it's the US. And so really we end up with small patent portfolios, and in the other countries, they use their reach in terms of their know-how, and it could be that they try to form relationships outside. It's rarer for me to see companies pick up to 10 or 15 countries for protection for their invention, but I think that's just a reflection of the type of practice that I have. I think that if they could get away with it. Most of my clients would love it that I did all my work for nothing. I'm often pushed by my clients to give them discounts. They want me to try to push the costs down, because I don't know also if they see the value in the product that they're getting. I'm not sure, because we don't have a very litigious culture here. I'm not sure they see the immediate value of the patent rights that they're holding for their business. It's very hard if you own a large patent portfolio that's costing you money to know that you're blocking out 2 or 3 other competitors, because they don't write to you and say, thanks very much for getting that patent, you stopped me from going to market. They don't tell you that. And so that's when I got interested in patent data analysis, and I started to do work around what's called citation analysis. And what that means is that you can see when other people have gone into the patent system and tried to obtain patent rights in the same space as you. And when that happens, there is an indicator that's left behind of that activity. And I really love patent citation analysis, because when I get some evidence for my client that somebody else has tried to step into the same space as them, it's really exciting for them, and it's really nice for me to be able to qualify the investment that they've put into this protection for their business. And not just that, but hopefully leads into some sort of possibly even a collaboration with that other entity that has been operating in the same space. So cost is a huge issue. There are many, many other issues, but cost is definitely a huge issue for me.
Right. Thank you. And so, Hiroki, what do you feel about the SMEs, having the innovation road, but still finding it difficult to find the right cost and money around it?
Actually, the situation is same here in Japan. The cost is always a big headache for the SMEs, and that's one big reason for the SMEs to be hesitating to filing a patent and obtaining a patent right. But it's the JPO is also recognizing this trend, and actually the Japanese government, including JPO, is offering a lot of options to help the SMEs in the financial point of view. So let me share again the information about this, and this is just a part of the support. Let me see. I think you can see the slide now. This is the
yes.
A support provided by the JPO, and JPO is recognizing the importance for aiding, supporting SMEs to facilitating their filings, and they are offering a lot of options, and these are the specific options which is available from JPO. For first, the most costly part is to file examination requests. So major part of the filings in Japan is that fee for filing the request for substantive examination is very high compared with the initial filing fee. But if the applicant is SME, JPO grants or exemption or 50% reduction of fees. And in the examination or appeal stage, the JPO is offering the option to accelerate the examination or appeal. But this accelerated examination or accelerated appeal, the requirement is a little bit high for large entities. But for small entities like SMEs, JPO will accept this kind of request for accelerated examination much more easier way for the SMEs. can conduct prosecution or appeal much more easier. And the last one is a registration fee for IPO, and JPO will grant a 50% of reduction in annual patent fees. There are a lot of specific requirements, but SME fulfills these requirements. You can receive the 50% of reduction in annual patent fees. So the SME is capable of maintaining the patent right in much more reasonable situation compared with the large entities. And these references, this information is coming from JPO website. So if you are interested in, please check and visit the JPO website and check all the detailed information. This is just the part of option provided by JPO, but also another government like economical production ministry is offering economical support for SMEs to make foreign filings, and the SME is capable of receiving the financial support from the government. So Japanese government, including JPO, is trying to support or facilitate for SMEs to increase their filings for patent. And this is just brief comment from my side. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Hiroki. And it's definitely getting a detail on a slide helps to understand the government initiatives and the things that the JPO is doing with the clients and SMEs. So Nevin, I think I took a very interesting point when you talked about in your about resourceful awareness and the visa that as a kind of an opportunity which people or the SMEs have when they file IPs. And it sounds like a different kind of an opportunity which an SME would have compared to what I have heard in any country, like even in India or anywhere else. So that would be interesting to know a bit more on that, and how the investors or how the costs are being seen by the SME groups.
Yeah, okay, I'll start with the cost part. I mean, I agree with Nicola and Hiroki on their thing. I mean, cost is always an issue. But other than that, more than the cost in our region, it is basically the quality of the invention that comes to us. Many times when we look at it and we do a quick 5 or 10 minutes of patent assessment, we don't have to do an in-depth patent assessment on these. We see that I would say 90% of the time, it lacks inventive step. And the convincing part to the inventor, I mean, we are all dealt with inventors when they say that, oh, they have the next best invention. And then when we finally break it out to them, hey, this is actually not patentable. This is what you need to do. There's a lot of these talks going on, a lot of education that needs to be done. And many times, I would say, off the lot, 40% of the inventors or clients would say that, oh, okay, fine, we are not going to go and file it. We are going to use the next available agent who can actually file it, and then they file it. And the reason that they go and file these applications is because the examination takes time. Unlike in other countries, there are certain jurisdictions like Kuwait or Oman and other GCC countries where examination takes until a lot of time. Probably it could last for 4 or 5 years or even 6 or 7 years for that matter. The agent who have filed it would forget about it. The client who have paid for it would forget after 5 to 6 years. And then it goes lapsed either by not paying the annuity or not paying the substantive examination fee. So for us, the concern here is about the quality rather than the quantity of it. And many times we break it down. So a lot of our time is spent when we are dealing with SME is for educating IP. And that's why we have taken up as a pro bono service for universities, for SMEs. We partner with government initiatives to educate what exactly is IP and what are the things that they need to look into when they are developing innovations or products for commercialization. The reason that if it is worth, and that is just one side of the coin where the quality is not that. If the quality is there, and if it is a local inventor, when I say a local inventor, a national, a UAE national is involved, or a Saudi national, be it any national, is involved as an inventor or an applicant, the government funds these patent application, including the attorney fees. So there is a program called Takamul, which is the local program. Just one example, there are a lot of projects of those sort, where they pay up to 90% of the entire cost for filing, including the professional fees of the attorney. Obviously, you need to partner with those programs. We need to set the fees to it, just like the India have a similar program of that sort. But it is a more from the government perspective, and it's very systemized. And they look at the process where the patent is, and they have also a say in this patent, not on a shareholding basis, but they would precisely look where this invention is going, what are the reports for that particular invention, right from the filing, let's say after 3 years or 4 years. The downside is many times, because IP is not well known and IP is still developing in the region, many times there are inventions which are locally manufactured and locally commercialized, which is not applicable, let's say in US or Europe. But we have seen applications getting filed in United States and Europe, and they seldom file in the region. And when we look at those portfolio, that's the wrong conception, and that's the wrong idea that goes in without consulting. And that's one of the slides for the one of the points that I mentioned at the take-home message. Always use an IP professional in the region to advise on your product. They file it in US, they file it in Europe, and then if there is an infringement, they would come to us, hey, we have a US granted patent or a US pending application, can you do anything about it? We all know that's a lost case, but then we try to create something out of it, probably an improvement on their existing inventions and those kind of things. So that's about the cost, the quality, and the quantity part when we are dealing in these jurisdictions. Coming back to Aditi's question about Golden Visa, that has been introduced probably 4 or 5 months. It's still young. There's a lot of questions rather than answers to it. But as of date, if my numbers are right, around 6,000 or 7,000 applications have been granted for Golden Visa. I could be wrong on the number, but then there is definitely Golden Visa being giving nomination. And as I said in the example, as a firm, we have been told that these are the 4 inventors that has been nominated for the Golden Visa. If the inventors are interested in investing in these jurisdictions, let us know, and then you can nominate them, and they give a 5 or a 10-year visa. Just a background on the visa typing, the current visa structure for non-GCC background audience. As I said in my initial talk, 90% of the population there are expats. So you need to have an employment visa or a tourist visa or an investor visa to stay in the country. Other than that, you can't just simply come into the country, or you need to be obviously a citizen. An expat like us will not be given a citizenship. We always hold a residence permit. Now, that has always been the case. A visa is associated with an employer. Now, with the Golden Visa that is coming in, if you have a background of specialized skills, like as I said, as an example, in artificial intelligence, in biotech, biochem, there are certain sectors of technology that they are looking into. If you fall into that category and if you fall as a specialist in those categories, or you hold a doctorate degree, or you're an investor at the end of the day, you are eligible to nominate yourself, or through bodies like Dubai Chamber or government entities, you can nominate through them. And then after going through your application, you're granted a 5-year or a 10-year visa, obviously renewable as it goes on. So that's in brief about the Golden Visa, which Aditi has just asked.
Right. Thank you, Nevin. And I think it's insightful to know about the that some of the initiatives which are similar to India in providing facilitation and government fees to the SMEs. But coming to Daniel, are there any kind of like how Naveen mentioned that there are certain facilitations that have been given in terms of professional fee, attorney fee for rebates that are given to the SMEs. Are there any kind of similar programs that USPTO has, or a company outside or a foreign entity can prevail any kind of benefits which USPTO has a program for SMEs? That would be good to know.
Yes, actually, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has a number of different programs that can be taken advantage of by SMEs, and we routinely do take advantage of them. So the first I'd say is the differing entity sizes in the United States. So you'd have a large entity, which would be your companies with people over, would have more than 500 employees. And then companies under 500 employees would be small entities, and those small entities would pay only 50% of the government fees that a large entity would pay. And then a few years ago, the USPTO introduced another fee entity size called the micro entity. And this is really directed to independent inventors or startup companies or other organizations that have relatively minimal revenue. And these micro entity companies would pay only 25% of what a large entity would pay. And so it can save a lot of money in terms of government filing fees using these entity fee structures. And it's important to make sure when you file in the U.S. that you talk with the U.S. representative or the U.S. attorney to make sure that those entity sizes are paid attention to, because there are some attorneys who may just not pay attention to the micro entity and may only look at small or large entity, and you could be paying twice as much of a government fee than you really need to. And if the fees apply to your situation, they're very easy to use. It's usually just a form. Once you file the application, there are a number of programs that the Patent Office also offers that can help reduce costs. There are programs like the AFCP 2.0, which stands for an After Final Certification Program, which allows you to have an examiner interview with the patent examiner reviewing your case without having to pay a fee and request a further examination. And frequently these types of programs can help push a patent application from being rejected to being allowed, and can save a substantial government fees in the process. So it's not only a time saving, but it's certainly a money saving as well. There are other programs that the Patent and Trademark Office offers for accelerating examination of patent applications. Some of these are purely optional, so if you wish to pay additional money, then you can have your patent application moved to the top of the pile, and those fees can vary based on your entity size. So again, a micro entity would pay only a quarter of what a large entity would pay to enjoy the benefit of this accelerated program. There are some accelerated programs that are free and are based purely on the inventors. So if you have an inventor who's over age 65, then you can automatically accelerate that patent application through the Patent Office at no cost. It's also similar with a certain type of subject matter with your invention. So if you have inventions, for instance, COVID-related inventions right now can be streamlined through the Patent Office at no additional cost. So certainly some good programs to take advantage of, and when you work with your U.S. representative, talk to them and ask them about those. From the attorney side, the advice I would give is it pays to pay attention to what attorney you're using and where they're located, because in the United States we have quite a diversity of fees depending on the location of the attorney. So if you're working with an attorney in New York or San Francisco or Washington, D.C., it's quite likely that you're going to pay top dollar for the professional fees that attorney is charging. Whereas if you work with an attorney who maybe works in a smaller city or a smaller state and is not in a large city, you're likely going to pay substantially less in fees. It also would pay to talk to attorneys who work at smaller law firms versus bigger law firms, because sometimes smaller law firms have more flexibility with working with SMEs. They can be be more flexible in terms of billing and be more flexible in terms of what the cost would be to, to file a patent application or to prepare a patent application, based on an invention disclosure, whereas large law firms might, have a standard fee or set fee regardless of what you provide. So there's certainly situations with my clients where if they can provide me a pretty good invention disclosure and some good images, then I can reduce my costs for preparing that patent application and pass those savings along. I think the last thing that's worth mentioning, that in the United States, we don't have annuities when patent applications are still pending. We only have maintenance fees once they've granted, and there's only 3 maintenance fees at 3 years, 7 years, and 11 years, or the different windows. And so that can certainly be a cost savings in comparison to some other countries that would have annuities while the applications are pending, and certainly after they grant as well.
Right. Yeah. Thanks. So as we kind of close on the time, I would want, what is one thing that you would say as being the probably a very important factor to our SME ecosystem to have an importance on IPR, and what would be a takeaway message that you can give to our people and attendees who are there? So starting with you, Nicola, sorry.
Look, I think, today I did some research through some Australian websites looking at the grants that were available to Australian innovators. Australian innovators tend to come to me with a lot of that grant knowledge. They don't tend to ask me. And so I wanted to upskill myself in terms of what was available. And I think my message would be, don't give up. There's many grants out there. There's grants for everything. There's grants for women's founders. There's grants for, chicken projects. There was grants for, you name it. There seemed to be a grant for it. One of the interesting grants I came across was the Australia-India Council grants that are awarded every year up to $600,000 to promote trade between Australia and India. And I thought that was really interesting. It's not something I've come across before. You have to have an Australian-based business that makes the application, but with over 600,000 Indian nationals living in Australia right now, I'm sure that there are people here that have ties into India that have projects that would promote the SME market in Australia and India, and that would meet the qualifications for these grants. I wouldn't have known about it if I hadn't gone in and dug around today. So my takeaway is, don't give up, keep looking. If you have an idea and you have enthusiasm, then you can probably make it in today's prevailing times where everybody wants to see people be successful.
That's a good mantra to go by, not to give up. So no, stop innovating and go by it. Yes, thank you so much, Nicola. Hiroki, over to you.
Thank you. I hope today I could provide information about the situation in SMEs, and please stop thinking that patent or IP is not enforceable in Japan, but at least the IPR is necessary or minimum weapon to survive in the Japanese market. So I also say don't give up, and please take positive, and please ask anything to us if it's necessary.
Yes.
Thank you.
So with don't give up and the weapon necessary, what, Nevin, do you have to add?
I would say in my second last slide, the take-home message is never take your own invention in your own hand. Always use a professional, and be honest with them. As the saying goes, do not lie to your doctor or to your lawyer. Do not lie to your doctor or to an attorney, because they are there to help you. So as Nicola was telling, I mean, the more you push, the more information you get. You never know what are the information that would be useful for your day-to-day activities. And then we as attorneys are there to help you and then understand your invention and give you the right path to move forward in the commercialization.
All right. So Daniel, from you.
Sure. Yes, I would echo what Nevin stated and maybe add a little bit to it and say that it's important to talk to someone who's a professional early because in the patent world, at least in the United States, there are certain actions that you can take on your end when you're starting your company or getting your idea out there that can cause problems with the patent if you don't act soon enough. For instance, if you sell your invention or you offer it for sale or you disclose it publicly in the United States, this starts a clock which you have to file a patent application if you want to preserve those rights. So talk to someone early, talk to someone often, find an attorney who's willing to give you the time of day and answer your questions and be direct with you and honest with you. There are a lot of them out there. So if you call someone and you're not getting that information right away, there's a lot of other people you can talk to, but you need to have someone who can at least give you some baseline advice from the outset to make sure that you're not already going in the wrong path as you're starting your intellectual property venture.
Right. So thank you so much. I think we have a very good mottos to give to our SMEs, not to give up, to start early, to take the professional and a weapon to survive. And with that, I'm sure our SME group will be able to take their ideas to market without hesitation of should they or should they not reveal and go for an IP. But thank you, everyone. And I think it was an enriching session to hear from all of you and have a good insight on what's going on in other countries. So thank you so much. Over to you, Mehak.
We have one question from Mr. Nevin. So can we take that up?
Yes, sure.
And the question is from Deepak Kumar. The question is from Mr. Nevin. Can you brief about any big patent registered with a startup or SME out of your assignments which transformed your market positioning?
Two applications or two inventions that quickly comes into my mind is one is an SME which is based in Dubai. They are manufacturing additives for biodegradable plastic. And this was probably 45 years ago when the country was enacting the law and then putting the regulations in place that all plastic should be biodegradable. And I mean, the rest of the world, like in US and Europe, you have to pay for the plastic cover that you buy from grocery. Slowly, that culture is getting imbibed in the Middle East market. So, and then they are trying to have a zero plastic economy, if we could reach that. But this particular client of mine was doing research in that, and he was part of the board and then came in the early stage, as Daniel was saying, rather than publishing his inventions and all, came to us in the early stage. We filed the first provisional application in US. Then the invention proceeded further. We filed it in the complete in US and then the PCT. They've been granted in all over the GCC countries. They've been granted awards also by the UAE government. So that is the first example that I could think of. And they were SME. They were not like huge corporates or anything. They were SMEs. They have been awarded by the Dubai Quality Award, which is the yearly quality award that is given by the Dubai government for their initiatives. The other thing, again, in the similar line for wall machinery, which is basically for building materials. Again, they came to us in the early stage. They were not even sure whether they could file it. Then in the initial stage, it was not an application which had an inventive step. Then we went in deep to it and said, these are the areas that you need to concentrate, but do not publish whatever you have. Sorry, whatever you have. They went ahead with the research. After 1.5 years, they came back to us. It was good enough for a patent to be filed. We filed the patent for them based on the improvements that they have done. Again, they have won the award. They have won, like, I do not remember the figures, but at least they have won a couple of projects initiated by the government to showcase their product. And again, the idea of marketing your inventions under the tag patent pending technology is a huge thing in the region. So they keep filing and then they start marketing their product under patent pending technology, and that's typically what SMEs do, at least in the application stage. So those are the two examples that is on top of my mind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nevin, for sharing such examples. Thank you to all the panelists for sharing your valuable insights, and hope Mr. Kumar, Deepak, and Mr. Nevin answered your question. Thank you to all the panelists for taking our time today and be a part of Legacy's World IP Day celebrations. Thank you so much. I would like to inform all the attendees that we will be breaking out for lunch from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. And we'll resume at 2 p.m. for an engaging and exciting session on how MSMEs can uncover hidden IP. And this session will be taken by Dr. Santosh Mohanty, Vice President at Tata Consultancy Services. So I'll see you all at 2 p.m. again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Daniel, Hiroyuki-san, Nicola, and Nevin. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Judy, should we start? Can you hear me? Hope everybody is able to hear me now.
Yes, Mahek.
Okay. So let's start the session. Okay, yeah, I got some chat box saying yes. I had an unstable internet connection, so let's start. So welcome back everyone to the World IP Day Celebrations 2021. Hope everyone is safe and healthy, and I would like to once again thank our event co-host Bombay Stock Exchange and academia partner Welingkar Institute of Management Development and Research. We now have engaged in an exciting session on how MSMEs can uncover hidden IP. The session will be led by Dr. Santosh Mohanty. I would like to give a brief introduction about Dr. Mohanty. Dr. Santosh Mohanty is Vice President and Head of Components Engineering Group in TCS. He's responsible for building TCS IP portfolio. Dr. Santosh Mohanty, he is responsible for building TCS IP portfolio and strategy leading to solution, service and business models that strengthen organizational performance. He is corporate governance lead for TCS GNT Guild, community of practitioners engaged in discovering and delivering growth and transformational opportunities for TCS customers. He has served as a member of industry strategy team and global technology governance team at World Economic Forum. The Open Group also certified him with the title of Distinguished IT Architect Professional Leader. He was in the IAM Intellectual Asset Management Strategy 300 list 2015-2020 as world's leading IP strategist. The session will be moderated by Jaideep Kewal Ramani. He is CEO and Director at Legasis Services. Welcome, welcome Jaideep Kewal Ramani and Dr. Santosh Mohanty. Just a minute.
And a very good afternoon to all our participants over here. It's my proud privilege to have this dialogue with Dr. Mohanty. So thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Jaideep. It's my pleasure to be with all of you today.
Dr. Mohanty, let's tee off this conversation with your opening comments. Clearly, the theme is focused on SMEs and taking your ideas to market. What are your opening remarks on this theme?
Yeah, Jaideep, this is very, very interesting, and I'm very happy to see that WIPO as organization has set up the theme for this year as a part of World IP Day, that IP and SME. And it is very, very befitting to have this discussion and deliberation to take forward, not only specific to India, but also in a global footprint. If you look at today, with SME or MSME, that if I broadly cover also the micro industries also, intellectual property is a very important aspect of the way a MSC does business. The very existence of a MSME is not only how you think differently, think uniquely, but carrying forward your thinking into an output that you take it to the market, and the market accept it over a period of time, and that's where you create your own differentiation. So how you move your ideation that is running within you and your team into an output, and that results into the outcome, so that market accepts your presence and you'd be able to make a sustainable impact to your own organization and to the economy in general. So in this overall journey of converting your ideation to output and outcome, it is extremely important for one to understand that there is no shortcut. Every ideation has to go through good amount of research in understanding what does it mean in terms of a problem and in terms of a solution, and why a consumer or a customer will be interested the way we provide that solution. We provide that solution as a product or as a service or as an innovative business model or any combination of that. And therefore, getting into that innovative way of thinking and resulting into IP creation. If it is more about innovative business model, it is more about process-led innovations. If it is more about a technology know-how and new way of developing a technology and taking it to the market, or a new way of servicing a technology. So in that way, it could be a product-led patents or a process-led patents. But then that patenting will give that kind of confidence to one as an MSME and the team that yes, we are doing something original, thinking something original, and market will definitely accept the way we are thinking about solving a problem in the market and creating a new opportunity. So in that way, if we look forward to any country, and especially in the context of India, our economic sustainability and how our economic sustainability is aligned to our socio-economic growth, the success of MSME is extremely important. Success of MSME in a sustainable way is extremely important. And if an MSME has to succeed on a sustainable manner, it is more of let us do the business anyway, rather than that. It is doing the business in a unique way, in my style, where I have a niche and I have a value creation that market has accepted. So that's the way I encourage every MSME to think in that way.
Thank you so much. Sir, you're absolutely right that the sustainable growth of MSMEs is going to be the biggest growth driver, not just for India, but global economies. Sir, progressing the conversation further, the first question of the day for you is, MSMEs in India predominantly continue to ignore the protection of IPRs, whether it's trademarks, patents, copyrights, or GIs. What is it that large responsible companies like TCS are doing to promote IPR for their MSME vendor community?
Yeah, it's a good question. It has two parts. Second part is what organization like TCS is doing. But before that, the first part, that why MSME in India do not have a very strong IPR footprint. So if you look at the MSME in India, it is less of MSME, more of MSMB, small medium businesses. Right? So while ultimately we have to succeed as a business, but then what is that unique things that you are taking into the market? So that unique, the concept of doing something unique from a technology know-how point of view, and how to do a right service mix and the innovative business model mix to it. That's where, not that as a country, the MSMEs are not focusing, but what percentage of MSMEs are focusing in that? And it is not more than a 1% of MSME. Culturally, what we have to do to tell that, hey, doing business is important, but most important is bringing the sophistication in that doing business, and bringing the sophistication in doing that business will come ultimately and in a sustainable way if we are more innovative again on the product front, process front, and the business model front. Any combination of that. It may be one of them, or it may be a combination of that. That's where, as a country, while we have created facilities, government has taken initiatives, industries and industrial bodies has come forward. But then from a outcome point of view, or from a result point of view, probably we have not made that progress yet. Therefore, it is high time we as a country and the ecosystem that includes the industries, industry bodies, and MSME by themselves to come forward and to look at 5 important dimensions. Number 1, that how we should build that kind of leadership and skills in seeing through that how to convert an idea into a good research work leading to innovations and IP creations, and finally converting it an offering that a customer or a consumer can consume it, and how that offering should be appreciated as the right output, and what's the ultimate outcome that it is bringing in. That stability of a refrigerator to my ceiling fans, okay, absolutely soundless way it operates year after year, kind of things. I mean, those with little bit of innovation, ultimately end result from a consumer point of view, what does it mean? That we have to focus on building that leadership and skills. That's number 1. Number 2, our financing aspect also. How our financial institutions should come forward and encourage people to innovate, encourage people to create IP, and those could be available as the collateral for financing too. That issues and that mechanism also need to develop. That's the second part. The third part is how we can do the policy level facilitation and institutional mechanism. In that way, certainly government of India and many state governments, they do have good set of policies already in place. But how it is getting institutionalized, industry bodies, while they have involved in developing this capacity and creating a lot of facilitation centers, but looking at our country's size, etc., it requires a missionary zeal to drive this as an agenda. So that policy framework and institutional mechanism, I'm not telling that it is not there, but we require a missionary zeal to drive it. That's the third point. The fourth point is the technology incubation. See, while I might be innovative on my thought process in taking a product to the market, but my innovative which will make my product complete. To make my product complete, I require a plethora of technologies. Yeah, but that's what not that consumer is going to consume. Consumer is going to consume a finished product, and my nice idea will be unique in that finished product. So how will I be able to do a finished product? So today, that is the scare in mind, which moving out an MSME to become more of a MSMB, doing business, rather than doing more kind of trading job, rather than actually innovative product, innovative service to take to the market. So we have to ensure that how we can create those kind of technology clusters across the across India to see that we back MSME in helping them in finishing their product or near finishing their product, which they can take it to the market. Okay, that's the fourth thing. Fifth thing is the culture that we have to set up in our own organization. You and me can talk about MSME, IP creation, innovation, and etc. But if we come back to our home and guide our own kid, hey, why don't you go and look for a job? That's the most important thing. Okay, then it's not going to work. While getting into a job is important, no doubt, but also doing something of our own, creating employability and employment. That pride also one has to bring to our own family culture and also own societal culture. And the provisioning with respect to the finance that I talked about, how it has to be gracefully managed, that is also very important. So these are the 5 important things I thought I'll share: the leadership and skill, the financing, the policy level framework and institutional mechanism, the technology clusters to help SMEs finished products, and our own cultural setup in our mind. What we preach in the market, charity should start from the home itself.
You are absolutely right, sir. There is a lot that is required to kind of encourage MSMEs. Later during the day, we are talking about a collective action plan, and we'll be hearing views of some other experts on how the government, the industry, and the capital markets are all going to come together to accelerate the growth of SMEs. And SMEs are, like we discussed earlier, also a growth engine. I mean, you have one entrepreneur and they're going to ultimately create jobs. So it's better to have 1 million entrepreneurs than create 1 million jobs. That will have an accelerating impact. So moving on to a discussion, the second question I have for you today is that Indian SMEs are still early in the evolutionary process to adopt IT solutions, like large enterprises have done or SMEs in Europe have done. Like Switzerland is a great example where SMEs have adopted a lot of IT technologies for their growth and development. Do you and does TCS also see SMEs as a target market for integrated end-to-end IT solutions?
Absolutely, Jaydeep. Today, IT or digital adoption is by default. Whether you are a large enterprise or you are a SME or MSME. In fact, I'm not telling it is more important for MSME and less important for large enterprise. Digital is by default, and we have to adopt and embrace IT and digital technology to run in a better way, whatever we do. Keeping that in mind, all of you recall, and it's there in all of your top of your mind, TCS has launched something called TCS Ion almost 12 years back, which is primarily a IT solution for the SMEs in India to start with. And so it's almost 12-13 years back that TCS has launched it, called TCS Ion. Many of the SMEs within India, they have adopted it, no doubt about that. But at the same time, SMEs have their own view of how to manage their IT or IT need. And I'm sure that going forward, it will have more and more acceptance in Indian market. And of course, as TCS Ion, it is doing extremely well in the market space of assessment. But then that's where it is doing extremely well. But overall IT solution for any SME business, a retail business, manufacturing business, travel and hospitality business, the core IT solution and ERP solution is available, and that's too available on cloud, and on a utility basis one can consume it. So in that way, TCS has given deep thought into it, already having a platform, cloud-based platform in the market for this. There are many takers of this cloud-based platform, but we expect it to grow further as the time moves.
Thank you. We should certainly talk about this platform in greater detail, maybe some other forum. But sir, what's your view on the latest amendment to copyright rules in India? Do you see more SMEs going for copyright protection for the software that they develop?
Yes, so good that you are asking this question. Protecting the copyright of the software that one develops is important. Of course, by default, when you develop a software and put a CD or put it on the cloud, okay, by nature it is copyrighted, no doubt about that. But then we should encourage MSMEs that going beyond the copyright of a software to see that what is that they have developed in their software which can be patented. So what we talk about as computer implemented inventions is not that software programs say is patentable, but because of that software program, the way it is uniquely written and it works with a set of other hardware technologies and devices and runs a particular business process or a business capabilities. And therefore, how uniquely it is handling that business process and business capability. And that uniqueness could be in terms of efficiency, adaptability, agility, anticipativeness, self-healing, self-correction. I encourage every MSME to think in that direction and create patents out of the software that they develop and take it to the market. Copyright is by default and it has to be there. Whether they go and formally register it in the India Copyright Office or not, but as soon as you share your software on a cloud or on a on-premises implementation, it is all rights reserved kind of things as your software.
Correct. Let's shift gears a little bit. You spoke about how the entire ecosystem needs to come together, and you've already given 5 action points on SMEs and how they can adopt more IPR. But let's talk about what can be done by Indian MSMEs to focus on IPR.
See, what has to be done by Indian MSMEs to focus on IPR? As I say, I do not want to be a bit harsh on this front. As I say, staying there, thinking further, to say that, hey, if I do not have a IP and especially patent behind what I'm taking at the market, then how am I unique in the market? Why somebody will come and buy this product or buy these services from me? For what reason? It's not that people in the country were waiting in a begging bowl in the national highway for me to come and sell this product or services to them, right? So without my product and service today, anyway, people are leading their life and living their life. So if I'm coming to them telling that, hey, I am unique, what is that unique is all about, right? It's not stating that I am unique 7 times, 8 times makes me unique. It is going further deeper to the drawing board and finding out that what is that uniqueness of the problem that I wanted to solve, and what is the solution that I am thinking, and what part of the solution is unique, so that I can go and tell with confidence in the market ecosystem that this is what I am bringing to you as a uniqueness. So that a cultural setup that has to happen. And I talked to Jaideep, I talked about one aspect of the culture. Not that, okay, we have to get into a job, but also can we create a job? That's one aspect of the culture. Other aspect of the culture is our mindset to do research, right? So it's not that, okay, only the researchers who will go and do a PhD, they can do research. No, they are. But each one of us in our business, right, whether large business or a small business, we should do research. Research in solving a problem in a unique way and finding out innovative means to make it attractive to our consumer or customer, and therefore creating an IP out of it while taking that innovation to the market. So that's what we all need to focus.
Thank you so much. That's a very clear action plan. But before we wrap up, and I invite you for your closing comments, or maybe you could cover it as a part of your closing comments. What would be one call to action that you would want to have the MSMEs take away with them today and work on that? So your closing comments and one call to action, please.
Thanks, Jaideep. If you allow me to tell that what is one call for action, I will tell that go deep into your thinking process. Once you go deep into your thinking process, we many times say that devils lies in the details. But it is equally true that beauty lies in the details too. So once you go deeper into your thought process, you will find the devils. You will also find the beauties. Of course, in the first iteration, the devils will only come forward. But if you stay there, then gradually you will find out how to handle those devils, and those are becoming the beauty points. And once you get into this art of going deep, unraveling the devils and beauties, converting the devils into beauties, then you will start enjoying the uniqueness on which you are building your capabilities and taking to the market. So that's one call for action that I will be sharing with all my MSME friends, that go deeper, enjoy the beauty at a detail level.
Sir, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to have you today, and you've left us with several thoughts. I think you also set the tone for some of the panels that are going to follow. It was fantastic speaking with you once again. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great day ahead, sir.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Ravi. Moving on to the next panel discussion. The next panel discussion is on a very remarkable topic, which is collective action for accelerating SME innovation and growth. To join us in this discussion, we have an array of industry experts who would give their valuable insights on this topic. Today, we have with us Professor Dr. Uday Salunke, who heads the Welingkar Institute of Management, Development and Research, which is also popularly known as We School, as its group director. Dr. Salunke is popularly known as an edupreneur, a thought leader, and a turnaround specialist whose passion lies for leadership, design, thinking, innovation, which has helped We School carve a niche in the space of management. He is the recipient of the most prestigious Eisenhower Fellowship, which identifies, empowers, and links leaders across the globe, empowering them further to make the much needed impact. He is on the board of many national and international organizations, Welcome, sir, and we're really honored to have you with us. We also have Dr. Anand Deshpande with us, who is the founder, chairman, and managing director of Persistent Systems. He's been the driving force which has led Persistent from a startup to a publicly traded company, a global company today. As a true technology visionary, Dr. Deshpande's strengths lie in identifying and investing in the next generation's technologies early on and encouraging internal entrepreneurships to ensure that Persistent stays in the forefront of technology and innovation. Dr. Deshpande also serves on the board of multiple trustees and on the board of multiple companies. He has created or is a founding member of iSpirit, India's first product think tank. He is also the founding member of Center I4C, which is an independent non-profit entity which acts as a platform to proactively scout and showcase a handhold technology innovation. He has also established De Asra Foundation, a non-profit which focuses on self-employment. We're welcome to have you too, sir, with us, and we're honored to have you.
Thank you.
We also have joining us today, Mr. Girish Joshi, who heads the trading operations and listing sales of the Bombay Stock Exchange. He was one of the core members of the team that was involved in setting up the National Stock Exchange, NSC. And during his 7 years with NSC, he has worked in the wholesale debt market and post-trade functions. He was also part of the ICICI Bank Group for 10 years. He is a member of Corporate Bonds and Securitization Advisory Committee of the SEBI and represents the BSE in Sustainable Working Group of World Federation Stock Exchange and the Sustainable Stock Exchange Initiative by the United Nations. We're welcome, sir, and we're really honored to have you with us today as well.
Good afternoon, everybody.
We also have joining us Mr. Punt, who is the head of IPR with Endurance Technologies Limited. He was part of the Mahindra and Mahindra Group as a senior manager and lead of innovation and IPR for 14 years. And during his professional journeys, that's prior to joining Mahindra, he worked in the National Innovation Foundation, which is part of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and IIT Mumbai. He has undergone the WIPO Summer School for Advanced IP Management and Transfer of Technology, and is a certified patent expert by the Japan Patent Office, Tokyo. He has published several papers in international and national journals, and his latest publication is an editorial note in an international journal, which is entitled Innovation and IPR for MSMEs. And along with all of this, he's an inventor of 2 patents as well. So we welcome you, sir, and we're honored to have you with us as well.
Thank you very much.
Lastly, we have with us Ms. Ashwini Deshpande. She is an alumnus of NIT India and the co-founder and director of Elephant, India's largest independent multidisciplinary design consultancy, which has been ranked by ET as the #1 design agency for 5 consecutive years. And Impact has recognized her as among one of the 50 most influential women in media consistently. With over 30 years of experience in establishing business of design in India, she also volunteers in the professional community through Association of Designers of India, and is part of the Entrepreneurs Network, the Design Alliance Asia. We welcome ma'am, and we're honored to have you with us for this session as well. This session will be moderated by Mr. Suhas Tulsaparkar, who is the founder of Legasis and is the managing partner of Legasis Partner. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ashni. Thanks for those introductions. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to Dr. Deshpande, Girish, our good friend, Dr. Uday Salunke, Mr. Pund, and Dr. Uday Salunke, and of course, Ashwini Deshpande. Thanks for joining this panel today. And I'm going to straight delve into the theme. The theme for this year's IP event or IP Day event was actually looking at IPs and SMEs, taking your ideas to market. I think that's the broad theme that WIPO gave us for this year's focus. And I think it couldn't have been during a better time that we are speaking about inclusion of MSMEs and SMEs. We slightly improvised it, and I think improvisation is one of the areas that we will talk about as we move forward. But we improvised it to say that we will talk about IPs not only for SMEs, but in Indian context, it's MSME, and also it's startup dovetailed together there. Therefore, the theme got modified or improvised to say that IP and startup and MSMEs. And we added, and we said, we're not going to stop here only looking at how do you help IP take the ideas to the market. So taking your ideas to the market, and we're not going to stop there. We said, how do you make it sustainable? And we'll talk about sustainability being brought to the entire ecosystem of MSME and startup through initiatives on IP, through focus on IP, through protection of IP, through promotion of IPs, and how do you make that sustainable? We've had challenging times and we continue to have challenging times. And during these challenging times, I think when 82% of the Indian MSMEs are considered to be under stress or have been adversely affected due to COVID-1, COVID-2, the first lot, the second wave, whatever way you call it. But I think it's over a period of more than 1 year that the MSMEs and 82% of the MSMEs are struggling because of the adverse impact they've had due to COVID. In this backdrop and in this context, I want to make sure that how does each of the stakeholder, right? For example, I'm MSME and I'm registered MSME. So actually we are MSME. Dr. Salunke, it comes from academic strength and background. Ashwini comes from design and also SME at one level. Dr. Deshpande has been actually promoting and helping, assisting lots of MSMEs in India and creating the difference to the ecosystem there. We have Mr. Pun, who comes with a background of National Innovation Foundation and IIT and having supported on IP-focused difference being brought into MSME sector, MSME and startup sector. But most importantly, we have Mr. Girish Joshi today, who actually looks at how do you make sure that MSMEs, how do you make sure that SMEs, move towards raising funds, which is the most critical element. And how does one look at IP when you talk about, getting investment moving into MSMEs, or looking at how do MSMEs get listed onto the platforms and the stock exchanges. So I think we have a varied stakeholders here. And what we thought at Legasis is that, you see, while MSMEs on their own will try to make this difference because it is for them an issue about survival and growth, it is in their interest and they will try to do it. But is the ecosystem conducive enough for them to look at IP in growth and sustainability? You see, it is from that point of view that each of the stakeholder needs to play its role, whether it is academics or whether it is financial services sector or finances or investments. I mean, each of these need to play a pivotal role for MSME to be convinced that it needs to focus on IP and with kind of practical experiences and with very clearly what makes sense in today's context as well. And I'm going to start with Ashwini, not because she's a lady and ladies first, but also to say that when we're talking about IPs, many a time people confuse it to focus only around patents. That's not enough for that. That's only one angle of IP that we all realize. What's also important is to look at the design. What's also important is to look at the trademark. What's also important is to define what that IP space is. And that's why I'm going to reach out to Ashwini first to say that based on your experiences and based on where we are today, what are your opening remarks and where do you see this differentiator in IP and way forward?
Yeah, thanks, Suhas. So I think first of all, it's a huge topic because when it comes to IP creation, I don't think even the creative community is fully aware of the power of IP creation or power of conserving the value of IP or power of what they create and what it can lead to. But if we focus specifically on MSMEs or even startups, I think they are in a hurry usually because they are under stress, like you said. Many of them are under stress for performance for various reasons, and currently, of course, for much bigger reasons than ever. And therefore, there is very little attention or time or resource given to something which is one of the most valuable assets they might be creating. I think if you ask any MSME if they have a laptop that is insured, they will say yes, my every laptop is insured. If you ask them if their building is insured, they'll say yeah, all my real estate is insured. But if you ask them about their intangible assets, the things which they are really creating, I don't think many MSMEs would have paid attention to actually conserving, owning any of those IP assets. So the awareness itself is very low. And somehow this whole thing of protecting IP is, like you rightly said, is considered as the area in the patents space. But there is a trademark that needs to be registered, can be registered, and we know how brands can be very valuable. Looking at some of the brands like Coca-Cola, where the brand valuation is far bigger than their tangible asset valuation. So that's one area which is very large and left unattended by MSMEs. The other is industrial design. I think many of the MSMEs and startups who are engaged in creating certain objects, articles, products, and if they are creating something which is of unique value or functionality, and also has a unique industrial design or some processes or tools or mechanisms, I think they fail to kind of focus on that and register that. Then there is the geographical indicators, like the Darjeeling tea or the Kolhapuri chappal, and those sort of indicators also we seem to be missing. And usually these are the ones that are started by smaller enterprises. These are not some things that are started by MNCs, and that's another miss in my understanding. So I think there are multiple places where MSMEs or SMEs need to focus on and believe that these are value creators. These are not resource depleting objects. These are value creators. So that's where it needs to go, and that's a mindset. It's not just one registration done and move on. It's a mindset, and it's a belief that it's a value creation. So that's really what I would have to say to open this.
No, thanks a lot, Ashwini. I think you touched upon very clearly the awareness part of it. And I think that is one area where I think there is a lot that needs to be done. Creating that awareness across the entire ecosystem on the values of IP, I think is probably the first step. And I think I'm going to reach out to Dr. Uday Sarunke because I think, sir, on two counts, I think today we look at academics. One is, of course, I think there is no better institution that can create awareness than an academic institution, for example. And the second element is that MSMEs at times have no ability or the bandwidth to create that IP. Can the academic institutions come forward and support creating that innovation, incubation, and IP focus across MSMEs? Because the bandwidth is stretched, they would probably not want to go to the other SME who is probably competitor. They would not want to go to a large company because they probably believe their IPs and ideas will be kind of usurped, taken over, blah, blah, blah. I mean, these are all perceptions. But I think in our experience, they need somebody at that point in time where there is a lack of bandwidth. So on two counts, I would need your views and the opening remarks, of course, on the theme. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thanks to us. First of all, I believe academic institutions, universities need to understand that they are a custodian of multiple stakeholders. And in that, one of the aspects can be even IP point of view. And as Ashwini did mention, and we all are aware of that, the awareness part, which is really required for all MSMEs, they need to really understand the overall commercial value of their venture or their USP, unique selling proposition, lies in that IP. The IP can really give them the competitive edge in the eyes of potential investors, in the eyes of strategic partners, and even in terms of while positioning, one can foresee and govern the even potential risk as well. And one need to really, SMEs need to understand that in case of any challenges with respect to their brand or trademark, how probably they can protect themselves in terms of in fact, enforcing legal action is possible only if you are kind of, protected yourselves. And if I remember some of our good friends from the capital market, if we are talking about any venture, even of our students' venture also, they'll first say only two things that you should keep in mind. One is the IP and second is scalability. So that's the way one should probably look at it. And for our friends, a typical definition, when we call it as, it is called as an intellectual property because it is the product of human imagination, creativity, and inventiveness. So whatever actually has given you that competitive edge, I think that one need to really protect. In fact, in academic fraternity, normally we don't really get into any such kind of IP or trademarks. But very recently, in fact, we also been called the V School from 2008. Our legal entity name is Welingkar and Prof Management Development Research. When we felt that, yes, we felt that future lies not in me, but in we, then how we should really protect that V school? And when we did bit of started search nationally, internationally in terms of trademark point of view, and then we came across Europe. Italian company holds V school with them for the software solutions. Then what are we supposed to do? And different people at different places. But then we somewhere learned the tricks of the trade gradually. I said, no, we need to coexist with them. We should kind of, reach to settlement that we'll not encroach in your area, territory. You don't encroach in our territory, but we will go together. So likewise, even many areas wherein in India, somebody is misusing your brand, unless and until you got that legal power as a lethal weapon, I don't think you can move forward. May the kind of efforts which you put in to create your SME and create your brand, I'm sure go down the drain. So somewhere deep down, I'm sure, I think, and we ourselves, because normally any business school or any higher educational institution would have the good intellectual capital, including legal, including technical, maybe design, across all verticals. So they'll be the best people. In fact, I'll say that to support even SMEs and maybe be a kind of like a hub and spoke model, they can be a hub for multiple such kind of ventures, people to come forward and be together. And there is no conflict of interest at all. We are no way competitor for them. So they are relaxed in that sense. But I'm sure, I think we can play that role far more effectively. And I'm sure in today's our discussions, we will take that also forward.
No, thank you, Dr. Salunke. I'm going to come to Dr. Deshpande, and Dr. Anand Deshpande is a name, is today kind of. I'm sure there are generations that look forward to you, sir, in terms of emulating what you have done with Persistent. And when you are extending this to the entire ecosystem that touches upon MSMEs, that touches not only your vendors, but rank outsider MSMEs which are associated with your initiatives. From that perspective, I would like to get your opening remarks and also to focus on, as like what Dr. Salunke said, if it is IP and scalability as the two critical areas for SMEs to move forward, then in that space, what is the obligation of large companies, qua these MSMEs, in these two areas, specifically with focus on IP?
Okay, so yes, thanks a lot for inviting me here. I would like to sort of preface this in the context in which I've been working on with small businesses, because small businesses tend to have a very broad focus, and large number of companies are all included as small businesses. So I work with a group of very, very small micro self-employed people as part of the Asra Foundation, where we are working with very small businesses, those who are running food counters or beauty salons, fashion design, and those kinds of areas. And these are very small people running between 5 lakh and 50 lakh rupees of revenues, and typically between 2 and 10 employees. So this is one group of people that I work with. And I'm not convinced that IP or any of these innovations are high on their list or should be high on their list. They're really focused on execution, and ideally, there is no reason why two tailors need to re-innovate themselves. A tailor is a tailor, the one who innovates on maybe customer success and working closely with customers and delivering good quality will have better business than necessarily being very innovative. And again, innovation is a very broad subject and it can include anything and everything, but innovating on trying to make sure your cash flows are operating effectively and getting to your customers most efficiently are probably the higher two priorities than anything else that you can say regarding IP or any of those kinds of areas. So that's one part of the group that I tend to work a lot with. And the other group that I work a lot with are those who are typically companies that are, for various reasons, stuck in the 10 by 15 crore, 10 crore range typically. And we have this program we call Second Orbit, where we try to take these businesses who have been running for a while and are potentially running a 10 crore business and would like to grow that business to 100 crores. And there, one of the important things that we look at is to do with the positioning of the business. And here, being clear on what your innovation is or how you fit with the ecosystem where you're going to be playing. And this was mentioned briefly by Ashwini in the context of saying that, if you're just doing tea, that would give you a certain price. But if you said you are doing Darjeeling tea, you might get a better value for your business because you are able to brand it as part of a collective. So if you're a small business, trying to create Darjeeling tea may not be possible for a very small business. Making markets is not very easy for small businesses, but identifying the market in which you are playing and then going with it is sort of the key to success in these small businesses again. So that's the other part that I focus on, where I think, goal is to make sure you are clear in terms of your positioning and doing what you need to do and using ideas and innovation to ensure that you are a leader in your market is really the key to success. The last thing I want to mention, and I'll come back to some of these topics later on, is that I'm very excited by the potentially the Web 3.0, Web 4.0 type of ecosystem that's happening around creative economy and the whole fact around NFTs and fungible tokens and other different innovative ways for creators to potentially monetize their IP for the future, and all the micro securitization and distributed finance and economy that might come in. So I think those are interesting ways for very small businesses to have a chance of building something unique and monetizing the artist and everyone else in that sense. And I think that's a very exciting opportunity for the next few years that I'm tracking very closely. And I think that would be an interesting area for very small creative people to think about how they can monetize their creations in some sense. I'll stop here, and then I'm sure there'll be other questions in the second round.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Dr. Anand Deshpande. I'm going to request Mr. Pund here. And because Mr. Pund, I think Dr. Deshpande touched upon a very interesting aspect, which is actually looking at next gen, looking at Web 4.0 and the digital, probably, I would say, implosion, explosion, whichever way you look at it. I think that's the next frontier there. But when you talk about traditional IPs, and you've been part of the Innovation Foundation, you've been part of the initiatives right from IITs onwards. So, sir, I want to request you for your views on this area of difference between traditional core IP related concepts and thereafter look at what is it that, is there any sorry, is there any change in thought process or what we call as IP thinking that would be required for MSME or at MSME level, so that we move on to looking at next gen developments and not lose on to and be into the past. Sir, your opening remarks and the views on this particular aspect.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Suhas. So just I will start with that experience at the National Innovation Foundation. And we are fortunate today that on this particular World IP Day that we are hearing at the end of the day, the creator of the National Innovation Foundation also. Okay. So just see that as far as that ecosystem or that mechanism, what has been developed at the National Innovation Foundation, yes, the category is totally different. That is totally for the kind of a grassroots innovators. Okay, so there is a kind of a scouting mechanism. So once the scouting is done, then the hand-holding is done, the value addition of the product is done. From different platforms, the financial support is given to the creator. So that support is in both the terms, in terms of the kind of a technical expertise, at the same time in terms of the money also. So at least to come bring that particular product at say some workable proto level. Okay. And once it is done, then that whether we can go for the IP protection, so complete that IP protection, and then even leveraging for the business even up to the level of the licensing. So complete that mechanism is already well established there. Okay, so whether that kind of a model we can replicate for the SMEs, and already that already the colleagues and that co-panelists already they have expressed the concerns. So yes, the SMEs, they are not taking the IPs very seriously, and that's the fact. Okay. As far as the trademarks are concerned, so I think that almost 90% of the SMEs probably they will be having their trademark registered. But when it comes to the patents or designs, I think they are very kind of a laggards in that field. Okay. And already one good point has been mentioned by the earlier speaker also. Yes, they are focusing on the traits. Okay, so yes, they are just carrying certain that some know-how which is kind of a crux or core to their business, and in that case, just to enjoy that trade, so they are having their fear in mind that if I am going to file the patent, I think I will be losing a lot of things. Okay, so the focus is coming on that. So based on that, the kind of ecosystem or mechanism, what has been established at NIAF for the grassroots inventors, whether that can be done at the kind of some divisional levels or that the cluster levels. Suppose that we are going to that Nasik area, so there is a NIMA, Nasik Industry and Manufacturers Associations. Here is also that some cluster. So whether we can develop that, and there is a kind of some resource team who will be handle the SMEs. Okay, so it with that when I'm saying the hand holding, it will start from that spreading the awareness, and it should not be the kind of only awareness just for the sake of awareness. Okay, so means how to document the invention, how to take it. Okay, and then that even that the related that awareness parts, that how to go for the licensing, marketing, contracting, drafting. Okay, and even kind of giving a good resource for drafting. Okay, so if we can do that, that is the one aspect where we can look the opportunities in collaboration with say, some big OEMs or say some the big companies where they are having their in-house IP team. Number one. Number two, now that as far as the recognition for the IP filers or IP savvy organizations concerned, so yes, we have started in India, and our Indian process is hardly some 7 to 8 years old. Okay, so first it was started by the CI, and then it was taken up by the Ministry of Industry and Commerce also in collaboration with the Patent Office. And in different categories, we are awarding that the patent filers or IP filers or exercisers for that their achievement. Whether that we can build out that kind of ecosystem at a kind of a state level, again followed by the divisions levels. Okay. And now, as far as that our Maharashtra innovation policy is concerned, so already that in that policy there are that 5 major clusters with respect to the technology domains. They have been identified just like that. Pune is the cluster for the kind of automotive. Okay, then that Aurangabad is a cluster for the agriculture technologies. Okay, Nagpur is a cluster for the clean energy and all this thing. So whether we can leverage that mechanism either through that divisions level or through these clusters and make or compel that SMEs to come forward and have the benefit of that, then definitely probably will be able to see that the SMEs are not just the business entities, but they are the kind of the IPCB entities doing the business in India.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for an interesting perspective on looking at clusters and looking at how do you focus in creating IPs and push SMEs towards through the cluster approach towards IP consolidation. So I'm going to request our friend Mr. Girish Joshi on a most important element. You see, SMEs today, when they go to list or when they seek investment, how critical is it for an investor to look at, and do the investors in the first place, do the investors actually look at if there are any IPs in this SME for it to, one, of course, scale, grow, sustain, but more importantly, is the investor looking at that focus on IP? And as a corollary, if it is so, then what is it that MSMEs need to do to make sure that they become attractive proposition for investments? Over to you, Mr. Girish Joshi.
Yeah, thank you, Subhash, Jaideep, and Legacy team for giving opportunity to BAC to share its view. Yeah, but of course, BAC has listed more than 350 SMEs, and even in BAC SME platform, we have startup platform where small startup company also get listed. And of course, SEBI also come out with innovative growth platform, and it has changed the guideline, but not a single company has got listed in either in BAC or NSE. So these are the three spectrum under which SMEs companies can get listed. Now, the question which Mr. Suhas raised on this investors focus. So as earlier speaker said, SMEs comes three kind of generations. No, I'm just changing the line a little bit. Our father or grandfather, they were in different business. They were also running SME business. Then people like us, our colleagues, friends, college friends, school friends, they also ventured into business, and they also started a different kind of business. And when Mr. Deshpande said new generation, people which are coming into SME space and doing business, all these three people have different horizon or different economic spectrum in which they were operating and doing the business. So, and as the world economy changed, they also got new opportunity, new products, new methods. And everyone has tried to create wealth under that environment. Now, because I would say globalization, global financial economy is there, and the wealth multiplies too much in a very fast way, because you have seen all this valuation of all big companies, whether Google, Facebook, all this, how small ideas has been rewarded so handsomely by the investors. So then capital moves so quickly to such innovative ideas that traditional sector who are doing good business, good cash flow, giving good return to the investors, they don't get the incremental capital flow, and that's then competition arises. Now the SME also, we also get a different kind of SMEs to get listed, some coming from normal traditional business model, maybe manufacturing, trading. Some are new generation entrepreneurs also there, and some are very, very high-tech people. No? They have very good ideas, maybe capital is less, but they are so confident that my business model is very good and I will definitely get good valuation. Now the Suhas question was the last point. Such SMEs are approaching the BAC or on a listing space. Yes, they are coming, but they are selectively very few compared to the previous two category. And I would not want to give name. Recently, one company which got listed on BAC SME platform, and normally in SME platform, HNI investors are there. Traditional QIB investors, mutual funds, FII, they don't participate in the IPO. But this SME company, which has come from the north part of India, they are having good innovative way of handling the waste management. Okay, and very unique proposition they have. So even before the IPO, they got like Mr. Deshpande type of investors who put good money into this company. And at the time of IPO, some QIB type of investment, I would say FPI, they put money because they understand this is a very unique way And sustainability, as Suhas said in the beginning, is a new way where you have to create your business economic model. And this company was special technologies providing the waste management, and it has been rewarded handsomely. And the company got good subscription. Normally, SME IPO gets subscribed 3 to 4 times. This company IPO got subscribed 16 times. Okay, and very good compared to main board. I mean, in any SME IPO, subscribe more than 10 times is a marquee for SME space. So yes, it is very important. Some investors are paying attention to such SMEs, and they are willing to give bet. Of course, amount the way they put money into big company here, they are going to put 5 crore, 10 crore. For them, it is no, let us put bet on this company, and some investors are identifying this company. It is of course how investors or how the company is doing marketing or promoting itself. That is a second question. Of course, there are merchant banker who advises. So this is very important. So the first question is, IP is very critical, as my earlier senior speakers have already said. IP is very critical in the coming phase, because if you see traditionally, India exported so much methods, process, products to either British, either to Portuguese, either to the French people, or in either to Mughals. Everyone has taken from India so many new things, new products, new innovation, and they were customized, because our, no, I'll just going a little bit philosophical, our model was tolerance. No, self-sufficient. I earn something, my neighbor earns something, my uncle earns something, everyone enjoys something. Good, that was the way. It was never, I would say, total capitalist model we had earlier. So I should make total, I become superior of because of this my knowledge. So that part was not there. So people took a lot of things from India, and everyone has later on customized, improved, which we could have done it. So that was not. Now, of course, this generation now that has gone, new generation understands this value. So even let Ashwini also said, sometimes people encash early. So sometimes they are worried that pressure is coming from other investors. No, I won't exit. So they sometimes, through the compulsion, they sell their existing good unit to some other company who takes over. We have seen in startup space, many big startups buy the small startups because they have good ideas, but they don't have enough capital. They have to sell it. So that space is going to happen. So of course, we will debate in this how to protect such companies, whether we can create some ecosystem, and we provide. So I hope answers this question. It is very important. Only thing, of course, is exchange. We also see we are not a merchant banker, so we have limitation to play our role. But when such companies come, which have very good innovative business model, we tell informally with the entrepreneur to the merchant banker, try to do proper marketing of your company. There are good investors who will pay premium to your shares. So even before they do the pricing, we'll say that you can still revisit your pricing if you feel they are going to sell IPO at a lower price. But because as we are a regulator, we are not a merchant banker, so we have to play this role in a very subtle way. We can't upfront tell them, but we do advise such, because I was just sharing with Jaideep before this, we have one company which has created robots, small robots. They try to do cleaning of the waste. They take contracts from the government company, and they try to, if you go to AC train, AC duct is there in your compartment, whether how much it is clean in the mall, so much AC ducts are there, whether they are cleaned properly or not. So these robots, the company has made such small robots. They go into these AC ducts, they'll identify what is the nature of dust, and then accordingly the company deploys those instruments. So such innovative ideas do we have, and people are going to investor who understands, smart people like Deshpande also there, they are going to pay the premium to such company, and they'll wait. We have seen the valuation of all good startups in India. Many have become unicorn. So it is there, and we are here to create some ecosystem for them and create enabler. So we as a stock exchange, as said, we play some limited role. We try to help them, but we have our own limitation, because we don't know the equation of the merchant banker and the entrepreneur, how he needs money so urgently or not. So we have some of those limitations. But yes, the answer is investors look at this information, and smart investors, they come early, they pay the premium, and they take the shares.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Girish Bhai. And I think that was a very interesting way of saying that, yes, we have 3 generations of SMEs, one which are traditional, one which are contemporary, and I think the one which we look at as a next gen or future. I'm sorry, I've switched on the video because there's a bandwidth issue. We'll switch it on a little later. But I think very interestingly, and that's where I'm going to come back to Dr. Anand Deshpande. Dr. Saab, I think you alluded to this issue about the next gen and new technologies and the innovations in this space, which is probably fintech and insurance tech and regulatory tech and various kind of techs that are emerging. You see, these are next gen technologies. Industry itself is going to industry 4.0. We've been talking about it. We've been talking about web 4.3.0, 4.0, a complete digitization that has been accelerated. You see, what we could not have done in 7 years, I think the COVID has done it in 1 year. And that accelerated digitization, plus a dire need today for reskilling. I wouldn't say that everything is upskilling, but dire need for reskilling across the ecosystem has also resulted into two areas to look at. One is the speed and second is the sustainability. So, sir, your thoughts around this as to when you're supporting, how do you first identify somebody or SME that has these potentials? And then we will look at how do you focus on IP and move towards. Sir, your views.
Okay, again, you have asked many questions in this whole thing. So let me try to parse this into sub parts and try to answer them separately. So first, in the models that I work with, we do not select anyone. We believe that everyone deserves to be an entrepreneur. We are moving into a world where we are going to see a gig economy, which means that everyone is going to have to find work for themselves and will have to be an entrepreneur in some form or the other. Jobs are going to disappear and everyone will need to be self-employed. So that's really where the world is headed. And if you are working for a company, more likely than not, you're working for yourselves, where your company is a customer of yours. So that's really where the world is headed, is how we see this. So our intention of working with a lot of the companies and individuals is to empower individuals to understand that they work in a world where they have to market their own skills and their own abilities so that they can be very effective, even if they are seen as doing a job or an employment at this time. No company has the ability to say that they will last longer than the employment requirements of individuals. So everyone is responsible for their own careers and they have to manage that effectively. So the individual becoming an entrepreneur and everyone is a gig economy worker is something that I fully believe in. So that's one part of it. So we are not really selective. We are trying to help people become entrepreneurs and learn the skills so that they can survive in this next generation of economy that we see around. Now, the second point that I wanted to sort of throw at you, partly because you guys are working a lot in IP and other related ideas, is this whole new work that is happening around blockchain, crypto, and NFTs, which means non-fungible tokens. So if you've seen the last few weeks, there have been many auctions of digital assets being sold at phenomenal prices. And I believe that we are heading into a world potentially where individual creators will have an opportunity to create digital assets that they can sign and put into the blockchain. And because of the ability to create sort of this, value that it is a limited number of those items, you will be able to charge premium for it. In addition to this, I am very excited about the opportunities of programmable money, which is likely to happen through the cryptocurrency related activities that we are seeing in large numbers, where you will be able to subdivide your value and be able to sell parts of things and all of the very new stuff that is coming up right now, which I think is going to transform how we look at money, what money really is, who has the authority to print money, and do we need a sovereign currency in the first place, or are we looking at a distributed economy for financial world? And in this world, I believe that the creators to some extent will have much greater power as to monetize their own assets. And that's the point I was trying to make when I was mentioning the fact that non-fungible tokens and next generation of stuff is likely to be very unique and different in the way we look at things. So two very different questions you asked. So I had to sort of separate those answers into two different buckets.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And I'll just kind of quickly respond in terms of blockchain and that issue that you raised there. Is I think from the IP perspective, I think the world today is looking at open source at one end and looking at what's going to happen when we look at the next gen technologies. And in the next gen technologies such as blockchain, while we will talk about the programmable currencies, while we will talk about what's going to happen in terms of a value addition on the sub kind of chains that will be created there, my reading of the situation, and personally and individually speaking, I think it's really at the nodes, what is it that will be required needs to be perfected in the first place. And that's where I think the IPs will come and play the role. And therefore, setting up the rules at the nodes, which are proprietary in nature, qua not only the transaction, but qua that particular blockchain, is going to be one of the critical areas to look at. But and we can discuss this offline also, because I think that's one area which is an interesting element on the IP side of it. But I'm going to request Ashwini. Today when we talk about unicorns, I think unicorns don't happen overnight, and Girish alluded to creating unicorns. They don't happen overnight. You see, the element of effort that needs to go in creating a unicorn today, and what is the role that IPs, especially from the point of view of creating brand, the goodwill, the kind of intangibles around it, become very, very critical. And from that perspective, if a MSME today has an aspiration of becoming a unicorn, what are the steps that they need to take on consolidating their IPs? Ashwini?
So as firstly, I really don't know what creates unicorns. If I knew, but I'm going to go back to what Anand says many a times, and that is he's once made a very controversial statement in one of the Thai events. I remember that startups should not look at innovation, and everybody was kind of aghast because how can somebody say that. But I think the point there was that there is a time for going after innovation and creating your own IP, and there is a time for firstly building a business with whatever resources you have and whatever you can quickly go to market with, and try and create your own value without spending number of years or resources on building something which is unique. There is a time for building something unique. So unless you are stable and you have the mindset and the ability to spend time, resources, mind space, and of course money to build something unique, you probably shouldn't start doing that. First get off the ground and then probably look at innovation. And while when he made the statement, it seemed like a shocking statement. The more we think about it, the more we realize that over a number of years, whenever we've had the opportunity to work on an innovation or something that could get an IP clearly, it was with a business that was already stable. It was with somebody who had got off the ground, had understood the wherewithals of the business, and then had realized what are the potential areas in which they could create something unique. And unless you actually understand the landscape of the business you go into, you probably are not in a position to create something unique. So I think that sort of correlates to what experience we have had in terms of building any kind of unique IPs for any of our clients over a number of years. So I once again don't know what makes unicorns, but I suppose once they do become unicorns, probably it's a perfect time to look at what are the unique IPs that they could build, and then probably begin adding to your own value already created. That's really how we look at it.
No, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And I think I'm going to move to Dr. Uday Salunke on one fundamental issue, which is of course from the point of view of innovation, and what Ashwini mentioned about that many a times the innovation will come in, or the IPs will come in when you're in a far more comfortable position. We can afford, you've kind of crossed the Rubicon of survival. You've crossed the borderlines where you can now be comfortable on your economic front. It's at that point in time you look at your consolidation of IP, or even IPs in the first place. You look at innovation. See, there is a complete different thinking altogether. And that different thinking is where, for example, Elon Musk doesn't believe in IPs to be registered, patents to be registered. Or let's say when Disney came out with and encouraged people to come out with copies of Disney characters, they didn't register their characters. They didn't kind of claim copyright. They didn't go after the infringers. They kind of created a community that encouraged infringements, that they in fact kind of came out with various schemes by way of which they said, hey, you can create a copy of Mickey Mouse, we are fine with it. Let's look at how the creativity takes shapes. And within these two complete different kind of paradigms, there is this MSME guy there, sitting there with a technology, with an idea, and with these two completely diverse kind of scenarios in which he does not believe that in the ecosystem today in India is conducive enough for him to monetize his ideas or take the ideas to the market for it to be commercially successful. There's a failure of ecosystem in that sense. And what is in this kind of a scenario, how do you try to tell somebody that, okay, no, please focus on IP. It's important for you. Dr. Sarangi.
In fact, this is quite a long illustration. I'm just trying to take a gist of it, that what exactly I should respond to you. But what I think you asked me does make a lot of sense. And I'm just trying to connect the dots, which in fact the points shared by Ashwini and Anand as well. And you, in the beginning, you mentioned that DNB, Dun & Bradstreet, recent surveys talking about 82% are the stressed, right? And if you really see in the market, and what Girish also mentioned about, there are about maybe 300, 350 are only kind of listed. And you compare vis-a-vis what is that percentage who are reaching to that stage of maybe IP creation. But that may not be even 0.0000 kind of percentage. Now, keeping that in mind, I'm just getting reminded of one of the very interesting approach always shared by Vijay Govindarajan, who's supposed to be innovation guru. And Vijay speaks about the 3 boxes approach. And the first box is clearly managing the present. Second box is selectively forgetting the past. And third one is creating the future. Frankly speaking, even in our space of education, we look at innovation, whatever we try to do at the periphery. It is not at the core of the business, not at the cost of the business at all. We do it at periphery and then try to come to the center, okay, without touching our core business. And as you rightly mentioned, unless and until we are in the position to afford, in terms of innovation point of view, that investment, I don't think we can move forward. And in fact, when we look at our own line of business and education, frankly speaking, as we all know, education is in comfort zone and people don't do so much of innovations, be it on product side, be it on maybe process or experience side as well. But one of the core principles which we outlined for ourselves, that significance of IBR is greater than ROI. Significance of investment before returns is greater than ROI. So go on pumping money, provided you have the experimentation appetite with respect to future. An institution like us, like a V School, we created that over a period of time. Now we have enough of our own resources and we can experiment almost in any field, anything which is new. We are trying to get the sense of the future by scanning the environment, be it in India, be it overseas, and we try to launch those products in our own space well ahead on the curve. In fact, Ashwini is aware of, and I'm sure Anand is also aware of, that we started our design program in management in 2006. Hardly any business school was talking about the design thinking or business design even in India. But we did a bit of our own benchmark across the world, maybe IDEO, maybe Stanford Design School, a lot of other players in the globe. And then we started thinking that direction. And likewise, e-business, I'm sure Anand is aware of our e-business program, and we started in 2001, quite ahead on the curve. So somewhere deep down, I also feel that what you rightly mentioned, that to take that risk and that risk-taking ability for any, even SMEs, be it in education, be it in any vertical, somewhere if you have some kind of at least leeway or some kind of bandwidth to play around, then it makes sense. Otherwise, maybe people will really hesitate and they'll go half-hearted way, and maybe then probably things may not make sense.
Sure, thank you, Dr. Salunke. I'm going to request Mr. Pund for his views on, you see, one critical element. You see, as a large company today, and we've realized that the ecosystem is probably, the perception currently is that the ecosystem has failed IP and innovation at startup and MSME level. In that sense, I think companies like Endurance, for example, who are big daddies in the field of automobile ancillary, how would they want to support this ecosystem and create probably confidence in the ecosystem, because it addresses sustainability? In short, there is this conflict that a large company wants to keep IPs to itself, while it will promote its ancillaries from the business and economic interest perspective. It will not give away the IPs. Is that correct? And how do we change that if it is?
Thanks, Suhas. Actually, that last statement, that again, it differs from industry to industry. It's not 100% correct. Okay, again, it differs as far as that the domain of the industry is also concerned. Okay, now in this situation, that how the OEMs of the big companies will handle the kind of SMEs is that, or the kind of raise the morale of the SMEs, is that just now that suppose that the SME is a kind of tier 1 or tier 2 supplier to the big company or the kind of a OEM. So in that case, so every quarter, or I think at the 6 month or at the batch level, that supplier or that tier 1 supplier or that SME is being getting audited for the quality, and that audit is for the kind of a product quality. At the same time, it is for the kind of a process audit, to what the processes they are executing that errand to deliver the kind of a good quality products. Now, when we are going with this, so why one should not add a kind of a parameter? Okay, while kind of miss that whether that IP is a kind of a parameter which will add the quality to the either the product or to the process. So really, what the product that SME is going to supply. So whether there are certain kind of IPRs generated by that SMEs. Okay. And when we are talking about that leveraging that IPRs, so it is not just exercising the own IPs. It is another side. It is that it is respecting the other's IP also. So when you are working out a solution or delivering a product or kind of a process, so while doing that, whether you have taken the care of respecting the other's IP. I mean to say that unknowingly, if you are going to kind of be entering into someone's domain, unfortunately, and that may lead to the infringement kind of a thing. And this being a kind of a SME, if something happens, unfortunately, tomorrow, so the stakes being held are very high at the SME's level. So probably that may not be even helpful for the survival of the SMEs also. Okay, so taking this particular kind of, in light of this kind of a scenario, so that while auditing whether that IP also can be made as a kind of a mandatory parameter for the assessment of that supplier or that kind of a SME. The way in which it is being done in the academic area as on date. So previously, only the research papers, whether it is a kind of a national or international level papers, that used to get that were the kind of a parameters to assess the performance of the professors and teachers. But as on date now, how many patent applications have been filed, and out of that, how many are granted? So that also have been added as a kind of a parameter. So the same model we can replicate in this area also. So that is the kind of one aspect. Another aspect is that, suppose some of the SMEs, if they are coming forward under the protection of for protection of the IPR, so just they are not taking that particular IP game as seriously. Just whatsoever the kind of implemental things they are manufacturing, or what kind of a solution which is implementable, or what the customer is asking for, only that particular part they are going for. So I mean, they are kind of living a kind of a chunk of loopholes where that your competition can bypass that. Okay, so there is a need to change this kind of a mindset of that SMEs also. And once that the implementable solution is worked out and it has been covered as a part of the patent application, why one should not go as a kind of a building a cluster and fortify the core patented technology, so that then there won't be the kind of a loophole or that kind of a passage to bypass that particular core technology. And when there is not a passage kind of thing, that we can use a kind of leverageable or the kind of a commercializable IP. Okay, and third important point is that yes, Ashwini is also mentioning about that designs. Actually, designs are the cheapest and the quickest means of protecting your IP as far as that your aesthetic look is concerned. And as far as the SMEs are concerned, I think that they can will go ahead as far as that the protection of that IPs under the design is concerned. So these are the kind of a couple of points I want to suggest.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. I think you made a very important aspect, which is like the audit and during the assessment process kind of focus on what are the IPs that are being created. But sir, I will beg to differ, and I will come back to you a little later on that, and we'll probably have offline discussion because we're running out of time now. Is that IP is not about merely the number. In a sense, it's not about how many applications that I have made under the patents. It's not about the trademark applications I have made, because I think when we talk about trademark, I mean, we can from one mark call out various kind of applications, and those applications will be class-wise, sector-wise, product-wise, and we can kind of create a series of IPs so that, and we broadly as professionals look at it from fence to fort kind of strategy around IPs. But it's not about numbers when we talk about growth and sustainability. And therefore, I'm going to again request Girish for his views on one element, which is really, again, when we talk about, let's say, geographical indicators, we talk about industrial designs, we talk about designs, we talk about trademarks, copyrights, how are they important enough from an investor's perspective? There may be an idea, there may be an innovation which is important enough for an investor to look at whether there is scalability, look at whether there is potential, whether my return on investment is going to happen. But these other areas which are not really core IPs, but they're peripheral, that actually consolidates your core IP. How are they important in the first place? And if so, then how much amount of money would somebody allow me to spend on consolidating these IPs?
So this question is not even for SME, it is maybe for large corporate also. I think it's a general industry question.
Correct.
And some corporates do spend and some corporates may not spend. Now, your question is investors' perception. So there are traditionally, in India, we have, of course, earlier we had domestic investors and domestic institutions, LIC, GIC, UTI, all those were there. Now we have got very FPI kind of investors, and who do look at such aspects. And of course, I have also attended sometimes investors call, and some of the investors do ask, because they have seen in global abroad, so much times infringement happens. So they ask what sort of activities companies have taken to protect their IP, the patent, as you say, because these questions are being asked by foreign investors. Domestic investors are not that much. Of course, it is also started. So the only thing, disclosure. I'm just again changing the line, the disclosure. Now, if ideally, if this is very important point, then it should come in the disclosures by the all listed companies that these are the important IPRs we are handling, and this much expenditure we are incurring, and this is very important. And what are the roadmaps for that? If this is, and there will come to know how much company is spending and what are the investors' question. Currently, we will very find such disclosure are there unless until very one or two company may be saying, because who are purely into this intellectual business, means more on the know-how business. Otherwise, from a pure manufacturing point of view, or company which are having global presence and they have various trademarks, whether they are disclosing and investors are asking the question, I don't have very clear answer for that, because we don't have that information which is in public domain. But yes, investors should ask for this information, and they should encourage management to spend on this. So it is being protected not at the company level, at the group level also. So if company has spent more, you don't question such question why you spent it more. It is ultimately for the benefit of the company and the group. So this aspect is very important and it should be encouraged. Of course, in the I would say the venture capital fund and PE fund, when they are putting money into such startups, they are aware of that. And when company spends such money, they don't question. But if a company gets listed, then investors are different, and any kind of investor can ask different questions. And means what steps company have taken, how much spend is right or wrong to justify. There are no proper benchmarks. So it's still it's a subjective question, but it's a healthy trend. It should be there, and investors should look at it this, and they should not just look at a different angle. If company has spent more to protect its IP and patent or whatever you say trademark, it should be encouraged, because many organizations, they, and I'm not saying there are too much costly also. If you register your patent trademark, it is not very significant big expenses, but if you disclose this in your whatever disclosure filing with the stock exchange, it gives a lot of comfort to the investors, because they know, because company is having so much important brand and patent, and company has spent this much, and they can ask the question, and it will give comfort to the investors. Yes, this is very important aspect company is taking care of.
No, thank you, Girish. I'm going to request one last round with each one of you, starting with Dr. Anand Deshpande. I mean, you see, in this space today, one, there are lots of misconceptions. Second, I think, and very importantly today, I think IP is misunderstood in Indian context. Thirdly, the ecosystem is probably failed in kind of giving this confidence that this is one kind of society, or this is one economy that gives you returns on your investments in IP. So what is it that we need to do as collective action group or as a collective agenda? Sir, starting with you.
Again, it's a very hard question in the kind of context that I work with. It's not that critical, but I think it's important if the government and everyone else came together and did some block branding in terms of saying that, okay, like with the agility or any other Indian handicrafts or local markets and the importance of local markets, that could help the SMEs, because SMEs on their own will not be able to get this to happen. But if we were to get collections of these companies to work together, and then if the government or the right institutions put together their might to protect and patent some of these ideas, that could go a long way in helping these small businesses to create unique brands for themselves. So that would be my recommendation for the government or the policymakers to think about.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Salunke, you're on mute. Dr. Uday Salunke, you're on mute.
Yeah, I was referring to that some kind of tripartite with the educational institutions, academia, government, and the SMEs or industry association really need to come into picture. But I really look at this from the point of view, not only IP, but overall even the lot of other, probably 90-95% which won't be having IP from their angle as well. That one is a individual competence of the entrepreneur, really need to look at it, and the organizational competence as well. Now, therein academia can play a tremendously useful role. And somewhere I think today academia is in their own direction, and maybe many times entrepreneurs, SMEs are in different direction. So somewhere we need to create a meeting point and leverage the strengths of each other to co-create the better kind of ecosystem for all of us, and mainly for the IP point of view.
So thank you very much. Girish ji.
Sir, I would just put a different, of course, governments, academia, and government has been doing great on this. But any business, you need money, and they approach either the bank, NBFC, or any finance agency. If banks through RBI, NBFC through RBI, or any entity which are financing SME, okay, in their business, whether they're getting working capital, overdraft, or term lending, if they put focus on SME in their credit evaluation, what are the steps you've taken for your IP protections, how you are going to do it, and if that database is being created, that will be very useful to the government and the people like Dr. Salunke. Yes, these are so much SMEs being funded by banks, and they are holding this many IPRs, whether registered or not registered. and how we can popularize and protect it from Indian point of view and from international point of view. So I would say the best way to channelize is through the investors, to the banks or lending institutions who are funding this, giving money to these SMEs for their day-to-day business requirement. They should insist that what are the process and products you have, whether you are holding IP, you are registered the patent, trademarks. If not, how you should do it. And that way it will go. Then government agencies, academicians, they all have the database and they can start helping those SMEs very well. They can reach out to them very well. And I think things will be very fast, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Girishji. Mr. Pund?
Yes, sir. I want to just propose a couple of points as far as that the awareness is concerned. So that really need to focus with the kind of a proper robust system or the kind of a phase mechanism. Because just say most of the SMEs, even they don't know that the government is providing the facilitators for them for drafting and filing the patent or prosecuting the patent application, for which the professional expenses of that professional are being paid by the government of India. Okay, so that is the one aspect. Even most of the SMEs, even they don't know about that case, they can go for the kind of expedited examinations and get the patent granted in a kind of a very shortest period. So that is another aspect. So that way, that just having kind of a focus IP awareness, so that the message of the importance or the significance of the IP is getting penetrated in them. Once that is penetrated, then bringing them together, okay, making a pull, okay, and whether we can have or explore the possibilities of cross licensing, just having the mantra of the Geo or Ginedo, at least till we get matured, or that SMEs get matured as far as that IP protection and leveraging is concerned. So that's are the couple of points what I want to recommend.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pund. Ashwini?
Yeah, thanks. So just a few points. One is, I think usually the question is, what's in it for me? So an SME or MSME would say, why should I do it? And I think there could be a possibility of building a platform or a portal of case studies where SMEs or MSMEs have benefited from creating IP. And I think on this platform, in this group, I see enough a possibility of doing that. Second is speed of registration. I think it should be as easy as naming a file and saving it. So something needs to be done about the process of registration itself so that it becomes easier for the SME or MSME or anybody for that matter. And third is this portal or platform or whatever that would be should also do this awareness creation, myth busting, and all of that misconception that goes behind the applications, the time it takes, the money it takes, and so on. So if all those myths are kind of busted and what's in it for me is built properly.
Yeah.
And I have one final request from my community that respect the creator and value the creator. That's the only way you'll have more creations that can have IP.
Very well said. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Sure, Dr. Sarun.
All point which I missed out in terms of somewhere like ease of doing business. Likewise, I think we should have MSME Innovation Index. And that index should be comprising of a couple of other kind of factors, including patent or research and other areas also, so that there'll be some kind of motivation, and that index can be linked with respect to further funding and other aspects as well. And even like a working capital, if innovation capital can be provided by the NBFCs and the other institutions as well, so that innovation capital will also motivate the, I'm sure, SMEs not really to wait for they have a bandwidth and then only they will do it. So these two aspects.
Thanks a lot. Very, very well said. And I think Girish bhai, it's a good kind of pointer for us to look at whether we can create another index there.
Sure. Yeah. It can be worked out. We have corporate governance scorecard index. We can make something like that.
Correct. Innovation index would be an interesting element to look at. But I must say we are at 3:46. And thank you very much to each one of you. Thanks to Mr. Pund, Ashwini, Girish bhai, Dr. Salunke, Dr. Deshpande. Thanks for this discussion. I don't think I don't think we wanted it to stop, but I have my own care of making sure that I stop this well in time. Ashni, I hope that I have completed this in your time span. Thank you very much, everybody, for participating. Ashwini, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye. Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sahar. Thank you, all the panelists. Now, I would like to hand it over to Mehak, who would take us into the next segment. Yeah, Mehak, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ashwini.
Thank you.
I can already see that the event is getting more interesting with each session. Moving on, we now have a very engaging session on SME innovation and growth capital call for action. We have today we have entrepreneurs with us today to share their success stories and its growth. I'll just ask all the panelists to switch on their camera. Thank you. So let me give a brief introduction of our expert speakers for today. I'll start with Shweta Shalini. Welcome, ma'am. A brief introduction about Shweta Shalini is she is an entrepreneur and founder of Fortune Cookie UX Design. Her corporate success with 2 more IT companies later on turned her into serial entrepreneur, which eventually led to her being Entrepreneur of the Year in 2011. She understands perfectly the nuances of becoming an entrepreneur. She personally mentors entrepreneurs and provides advice to startups. Her support includes helping entrepreneurs to network, find co-founders, building strategies for market and growth. With her connections to angel investors and venture capitalist firm, she helps to get startup funding. As an entrepreneur, Shweta has always encouraged people to understand the power of information technology and leverage it to their advantage. Welcome, ma'am. We are honored to have you. Moving on, we have with us Mr. Ajay Thakur. He is a professional with around 26 years of experience in the capital markets, spanning India's biggest custodian to India's biggest and largest stock exchange. The key roles have been setting up the depository by a regional stock exchange, developing derivatives and equity market, and setting up SME and startup platform. He's the executive committee member of Indian Merchant Chamber, jury member of India SME Forum, and member of advisory committee of GLA University. In his career of 26 years, he has worked in various capacities with organizations like Stock Holding Corporation of India, Vadodara Stock Exchange, and BSE. Welcome, sir. We are honored to have you. I think I'll just wait for Ajay sir to rejoin. Yes. I'll just find out whether
I think he's on. He's on. I think he has an audio issue. Why don't you proceed with the introductions of others while?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Next, we have Mr. Milind Padole. Milind Padole is Managing Director of Affordable Robotic and Automation Limited, a BSc SME listed company. He has graduated from VJTI Mumbai and having done 2 stints of jobs with Mahindra and Comau. Milind's interest in robotics picked up on his assignment to Germany, and he realized that the power of robotics is beyond cost and productivity. It is just inevitable. It will soon become a way of life. Having closely seen Mr. Anand Mahindra in action in the strike at Igatpuri plant right in the first year of job, the resolve to start his own business was slowly gaining roots. Somewhere he believed he had what it takes to go the roads less traveled. Something about Affordable Robotic and Automation Limited. It's the first and the only robotic company to be listed in BSE. Is a turnkey automation solution provider for automotive industries and parking automation in realty sector. Welcome, sir. Next, moving on to Saurav Gupta. Welcome, sir. Saurav Gupta is CEO at Bella Casa. Saurav Gupta has been an integral part of Bella Casa, a leading home, furnishings and fashion retail company with a pan-India presence for the last 16 years. His expertise and extensive understanding of consumer demand, along with varied allied business practices, has helped in creating the strong brand identity that many associate with Bella Casa today. A gold medalist and master of fashion management from NIFT, New Delhi, and MBA from IMA, Saurav is well versed with all the functions of the fashion business and brand building. Welcome, sir. Next, we have with us is Mr. Anshu Goyal. He's currently the managing director and co-founder of Alpha Logic Texas Limited. Alpha Logic is India's first startup to get listed on Bombay Stock Exchange startup platform. Anshu Goyal is a serial entrepreneur and an angel investor in early stage startups. He started his first venture at the age of 20 right from the college. Anshu is an alumni of prestigious Pune Institute of Computer Technology. Started his first startup right in college. He sold his company to a US firm. Post-exit, he started another company and got it to IPO in 3 years. This is amazing, sir. We are honored to have you. The session will be moderated by Jaideep Keval Ramani, CEO and Director of Legasis. Over to you, Jaideep.
Mehak, thank you very much, and a warm welcome to all my panelists. We were coordinating over the weekend, trying to figure out how to run the panel and all, and I must tell you, this is going to be a mind-blowing session. Each one of them is a stalwart in their own area with great successes, and I don't think the next 60 minutes will do justice to this, but we will try our level best. SMEs in this country or world over predominantly face a few challenges when it comes to IP. I'll talk about that in terms of what a collective action can do. But the first challenge in my mind is that how does an SME recognize that they are onto something unique? Next, once they recognize it, if at all they recognize it, how do they capture it? And if at all they capture it, how do they take their idea to market? All of you play a role in taking the idea to the market. Either you'll have done it yourself or you'll facilitate it. Like I say, this country doesn't need 1 million jobs, it needs 1 million entrepreneurs. If you can get 1 million entrepreneurs, you can be assured that you can have 10 million jobs because an entrepreneur kind of creates that. But the big challenge still remains. So with that, I'd like to first invite Ajay Thakur sir to give his opening views on how SMEs can actually recognize, capture, and take ideas to market. We'll have several follow-on questions as well. Ajay sir. Looks like he's still facing an audio issue. Oh yeah, he's here. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I think you have asked a very pertinent question, and first of all, good evening to all of you. India is going through a big crisis, and I have been told that last year and this year also the small and medium enterprises have been impacted a lot. But still, I am proud of the SME entrepreneurs who come out of the trouble every time, and they come out victorious. Have been running their businesses against all odds, and salute to them. There are a few issues, and what I feel that, and after interacting with so many promoters, one thing I have understood is that they have got great acumen. They know how to run the business. They keep on coming out with innovative ideas. But somewhere, I think that they are unable to bring those things into unfolding their businesses in a big way. That's the one thing. They don't know how to, bring visibility in their company, how to showcase themselves. And one of the biggest reasons for it, I think that most of the SMEs are in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, where we are still not seeing a lot of consultants or a lot of, experts who can, guide them and help them and take them to the next level. So that's the one thing that is very much missing in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Second thing, I feel that, the finance plays a very important role in each and everything, whatever the business you are. In country like India, still the financial literacy is less. Most of the SMEs are dependent on debt financing, and more of their time is spent in, managing the finance. They are unable to focus into the nitty-gritties, marketing and visibility of the businesses, and that creates a big hole. And I think most of the energy are going towards plugging those holes. That is the second issue. And the third thing, I think, these promoters, need to realize one thing that is very important, is to believe in themselves. Okay. Promoters need to delegate their work more to the, second rank officers and employees and their staffs. And they should keep their eyes and minds open. They should go to the market. They should understand what is going on in their ecosystem. They should try to bring the new ideas, try to implement it, and keep on taking their business to the next level. These three things, I think, is very much important. I think which can change the small and medium enterprises. I have seen, let me tell you, I've seen many of these small and medium enterprises which are listed on our SME platform getting transformed. Once all these three things have come into place: number one, transparency; number two, visibility; number three, funds; number four, opening up of their market, understanding what is going on in the outside world, take a lot of exposure, take risk, calculated risk rather, I will take, I will say, and then take the companies to the new levels. We have all these three promoters, and I have seen how they have progressed, and I'm quite sure they will share their views with you. With these words, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Just sir, we'll come back to you for more. You're a great enabler of the marketplace, so we want to get that perspective through this panel. But let's move to Shweta. Shweta, you've done a lot yourself. Let's get your opening comments on how do you think SMEs can recognize, capture, and take their innovation to the marketplace?
So first and foremost, Jaideep, thank you for doing this. And now that you've said opening comments, and Ajay ji has already spoken ahead of me, I want to continue from where he left. One of the things that I want, I think needs to be challenged as an outset is the mindset itself. I think it's been about a few months that the government changed the definition of SMEs. You know why it changed the definition of SMEs? Because when I started about now 15 years ago, there used to be a struggle in employing people. Because every time that I interviewed people, they would come back and tell me that, I can't join a startup because my father says that I want to get married. I have to get married. If the proposal will not get through, if I'm not working for a big, somewhat big company. This mindset has changed for the tech world. And everyone wants to do a startup today. But this has not seeped down in the SME level, because somehow SMEs are everything which is non-tech. And I don't know why this mindset has come into Indian cultural thought process. And this is one of the first things that we need to challenge. As you rightly said, India does not need 1 million jobs. It needs an entrepreneur in every household. And that needs to be an SME. And hence, one of the first things that needs to change is the mindset that anything which is small can be made medium. We need to move out of the mindset of startup, and we need to get to the mindset of scale up. And that's when I think collaboration, convergence will come into play. Second, and the most important thing, I think Ajay ji has said it, but I want to say it, and I always put this as finance has to be a fundamental right. It is like every other right to me, like education. I think when I want to start up, It has to be a fundamental right, at least the access to finance. When I started off, I come from a very simple middle class background. And for me to start up and to garner support, I started with my first company was started with my provident fund, which I had accumulated by working for 8 long years. And I took out that 30,000 rupees and started my first venture. Of course, God was very kind. I was very lucky. I hit the right time, right place, right product. But then access to finance needs to be a fundamental right. Somebody has to believe in me and the fact that I am going to be very, very important in generating jobs, in generating a part of the GDP of the country. And last but not the least, we need to learn from Japan. Japan has a SME database. And yes, Ajayji is right here. I know that a lot of people are now trying to create these SME databases. But then the fundamental database like a CRD, which is a credit risk database of Japan, which primarily not only lists all the databases, but also can analyze through statistically of how good or bad the idea of the SME is. How good or bad is it to take finance? And last but not the least, I think innovation is something that SMEs actually do. But when you get up to the scale-up stage, we faced it, and I'm sure other entrepreneurs are also going to talk about it. As an entrepreneur, you always have a choice of putting the money back that you have earned into either innovation or your working capital. Many a times you only choose working capital and you do not choose innovation. So innovation needs to be funded. There needs to be a grant that the government gives. So we need to drive policy level changes for people who do innovation, who work on innovation. Either you work on patents, IPs, and innovators, and sell those IPs to SMEs to ensure that they can scale up those IPs, or else you give grants to the SMEs to ensure that innovation can be funded through loans, through grants, through anything. But that needs to be funded, and that's when SMEs are going to grow.
Shweta, thank you so much. I think it's a very bold thought that access to finance is a fundamental right. And I think there is a long way to get that in place. But while we discuss that subject a little in detail moving forward, let me move to Milind. Milind, you've transitioned over two geographies, and you seem to be kind of bringing innovation from your past learnings. Let's have your opening comments on how SMEs can actually recognize, capture, and take innovation to market.
Okay, thanks, Jaideep, and thanks, Ajayji, for always being there. So, as Ajayji told, right, moving to SME platform changed our journey altogether. So we have been making robots and machines for last 15 years. Okay, so we started this journey in 2005. But past 2 years, since we got listed on SME, our journey drastically changed. The kind of value this SME exchange has brought to us, the kind of investors we got through this, the kind of value and discipline those investors has brought into our company, their analyst added value. So it is a very good platform. SME exchange is a very good platform. And as Ajayji said, it has to be a right mixture of debt and equity both. Many times the SME entrepreneurs are very frightened to, liquidate some of the equity. They think the control will go. It is not like that. Till the time I was listed, like prior to this, prior to listing 13 years, I was probably of a different mindset. Post listing, 13 years back, we were like 60 crores or, we hardly reached 100 crores. But now, since last 2 years, we talk about $1 billion valuation in next 3 years, 5 years, So that is the change SME exchange has got into us. So that is the thought, So my suggestion to all SME people is you should see this route, you should see equity route also, and you should not be frightened to dilute some of your equity. You don't lose control. So that is what I will say.
Milind, thank you. Saurav, you are a second generation entrepreneur. Let's get your views on how SMEs can recognize, capture, and take ideas to market.
Thank you, Jaideep. So innovation can be possible in product, process. It is possible to innovate both of them. And for an SME, I think the best route would depend upon the path that they have taken in their business. If it is a product company, then I think they have no choice but to innovate the product. And if the company is a service provider, I think process is something which they can focus on. In our case, I can illustrate what I have just said with an example. In our case, we are a product company where we were manufacturing home textiles and apparels for others. So what we have been able to do by way of innovation is to start marketing our own brand in digital space. In India, brands live and die in distribution. It is not an easy company to distribute it. We have about 700 districts and about 6 lakh villages with no practical means of creating 100 crore brands for a SME. The amount of investment that is required in marketing is very huge. So, but digital mediums that have presented themselves in the last decade and the modern trade that has come in at the turn of the century, it has made it possible for us to innovate the product and the processes and to ensure that we are able to compete with already established organizations that are, let's say, 100 years old, but still to match them step by step in terms of brand visibility with a reasonable marketing expenditure. So each SME would have to, introspect, find out which industry do they belong to, what kind of products do they do. And I think digital is disrupting everything. So I'm sure that every SME will have an opportunity to leverage the digital platforms that are coming up, convert their own products and services into platforms. So platforms is a topic which is very dear to my heart. And I think converting your business into some sort of platform is the way forward for most of the SMEs. But how many of them will be actually able to do it? Because it requires a lot of technical expertise to do that, a lot of capital in initial phases to do that. So that might be challenging. But I'm sure that's the way forward.
Saurav, thank you. And talking about digital and technology coming from you, given your background, is a clear sign that digital transformation has not left any industry. I mean, it's the new normal, as we say. Anshu, you're a serial entrepreneur. You've clearly done this, have a formula in place. So you may or may not choose to share your secret ingredient over here, but let's at least have your opening comments on how SMEs can recognize, capture, and take their ideas to market.
Good evening, panelists, and good evening, viewers, and a big namaste during these difficult times. I think you guys are doing this at such a scale that's really appreciable. And when we talked about a couple of days ago, Jaideep, the topic being IP, I think the first thought that came to my mind was, I did tell you this, that I think in last 15 years that I have been working in my life, I have seen a drastic change in the way people think, right? Whether it is legal, whether it is IP. So we are giving importance to IP in all the businesses now. I think IP as a word was not very recognized when I look back 15 years ago. But today people do understand, okay, innovation, intellectual property, patents, right? So we used to hear patents, USPTO, right? The US Patents Office, but not anymore. We have patents and trademarks here in India as well. So that's a big drastic change. So coming back to the question that you raised, so I think the learned panelists, all of them have put very pertinent points. Ajay-ji, I think Shweta, Shalini, everyone, right? They have covered most of it. And so one of the major problems that SMEs face is working capital, right? So one of the primary reasons is what I have realized talking to a few entrepreneurs that are my clients, right? They're doing good business, good size businesses, is they are underfunded by banks, okay? So that is one of the problems. They're not able to kind of raise the kind of money. And second is our legal framework is such that there is no motivation or penalization for paying on time, right? Generally, everything in our country works on a credit system, right? So that is a very big problem that SMEs face today. Apart from that, the second point that I fear the entrepreneurs have to kind of change is their thought process. I think Milind Patole raised this, right? We have to shift our mindset from, say, if I have to raise money for my startup, right? If I have to raise money for my company, I have to change my mindset from debt to equity, right? So generally, the way we have been brought up, right? We have always been told money raise karna hai, matlab you have to take a loan from friends or family, or you have to go to a bank to take a loan. That is a big problem. So we have to start thinking as SMEs. Tech world mein to startups mein there is a lot of venture capital coming in. So I think that is more or less expectation is set there. But a lot of SMEs, they still do not take this equity fundraising route, which is a beautiful route, right? It need not be a public platform, right? You can go out, you can reach out to friends and family, hey, say, I need to raise funds. I'm willing to give you equity. And this is what my business plan is. Why resist? Why not go and talk about it? Maybe you'll get feedback. And when you go to real investors, maybe you are able to raise larger chunk of money. It makes money for everyone, right? There are people, there are individuals who have money, right? It's just how do you tap it? And I think the third point I want to raise is a very broader point. I think the way business is done in our country is like, I think there's this entrepreneur who used this word. I liked it very much. We are a distrust society in everything that we do. So that is something that needs to change, right? Entrepreneurs against all odds, right? They work 12 hours, 16 hours a day to build something. They're creating jobs. They're trying to do everything in their power so that they can survive. They can make families of their workers, of their staff survive, right? They're running such a large ecosystem. They're the backbone of our country. Why not create a legal charter, a legal framework to support all these things from a distrust society to a trust-based society? It can only happen with the support of the government, where there is immediate recourse available for people, right? Either penalization or incentivization of timely payments. I think that will change a lot. Maybe the SMEs would not have to run to banks for money every time. And lastly, I want to put out, I think I missed that point. I'll come back to you on that later. But yeah, these are the point. These are my point of view. This is on this.
Sure. Thank you. I think my second round of question was going to be around disruption and future gazing, but probably I'll take a break over here. I think access to capital has been a resonating point, not just in this panel, but also previous panel. I think Ashwini left us with a thought that most of the innovation that she has seen has come from businesses that have had stability, have been around for some time. And I think that goes to say that they have seen one cycle of success and therefore they can bring the capital back and put it in innovation. I think one of you also mentioned that. Let's talk about how do we get access to capital. I know Shweta mentioned it's a fundamental right, at least getting access to capital. I mean, no one should be starved from getting access to the markets. And I think BSC, and I'll request Ajay sir to talk about it, has been democratizing the whole platform. I mean, who could have imagined that SMEs would get it? And then once that imagination barrier was broken, they broke it even further by bringing startups to the whole ecosystem. I mean, that is phenomenal. Ajay sir, what do you make of getting access to capital? What are the barriers that you've seen in kind of attracting SMEs and the startup ecosystem to tap this form of funding?
Let me tell you, I always say that if you million times you pray to God, you may see God, but million of times you ask for funds for running the business, you will not see a single penny. So, money, always I say that, money is the resources that even brother don't give to brother, and even, sons don't inherit from the family. So, of course, it's a very precious resource. And I think many of the times it's the trust deficit or some past experience that stops an investor in investing the money in certain businesses. Having said that, I always think that, all the enterprises are like temples. Okay. If we can do crowdfunding for setting up a temple for God, then why we should not do the crowdfunding for these temples, which are giving bread and butter to so many people, and also contribute to the treasury of the government. I think we all need to ensure that funds should be routed to these small and medium enterprises. At the second, and also from my request to the entrepreneurs is that they should try to, though there is no guarantee, but they should try to do robust business in most transparent manner. It's very much required because we have seen a lot of diversion of funds that has created a lot of distrust among the investors. So there are so many things, and once trust broken, it's very, very, very difficult to build that trust, let me tell you. And one bad egg, one bad ship, creates bad name for all the other, even genuine people. So this is the situation which we passed through so many years. As far as I am concerned, let me tell you, I was very hesitant to start this SME platform because I was not getting, right feedbacks or supporting feedbacks from across the stakeholders. And wherever I go, people try to demotivate me. Even many of the forums, because I was sponsoring the events. So people call me in their panel discussion, then they give me the last slot to speak. And by the time my term comes, the organizers come to me and tell me that, sir, we are running short of time, please finish it in 2-3 minutes. So, let me tell you, you can't get anything so easily. I always say it was Ram who has got the name of Bhagwan, but he has to suffer for 14 years in jungle, and Ravan was sitting in his fort. So things are not easy for anyone. I think getting funds is also very difficult, and for that you have to work hard. But even in the startups space, if you see PE space, VC space, out of 100 companies where they invest, hardly 1 or 2 companies they succeeds. I think people should also look from the same way to the SME space. And let me tell you, the SMEs, the way they have been performing, most of the time these SMEs are 5 years old, 10 years old, 20 years old, and they have gone through rough patches and they have survived. I think to invest in those companies is easier than the new, but I think the whole world is under delusion and illusion of wealth creation or valuation, something like that. I think people have to come out of this so-called illusionary terminology called valuation. I think better people should start investing in those companies which can create inclusive growth, which can create an impact into the society, which can create employment, and which can also contribute to the treasury of the country. That is very much important. And that's why I always tell the investors and many people in the country to have hundreds and thousands of AIFs. We should start investing into these small and medium enterprises. And I also request to the entrepreneurs, okay, to depute or deploy funds into the best resources. Okay, don't think of spending money, saving a small money. It's always good to be pound wise and penny foolish rather being penny wise and pound foolish. So I think these things are very important, that if both the stakeholders start working on it, I think we will see a different world altogether where all of us will be very happy people.
Thank you, Ajay. I'll move to Saurav. Saurav, you come from an industry where brick and mortar is very heavy. You also have to rely on your supply chains, which are heavy in terms of brick and mortar. Of course, the digital channels have kind of opened up in terms of the sales channels. But how else are you seeing digital and technology disrupt your industry?
So digital has made it possible for people outside this industry to distribute the products that we manufacture, and we were kind of monopolizing a part of the value chain. So people like, let's say, Pepperfry, Amazon, Flipkart, distributors, they are platforms and distributors in a manner. So those people who did not had any say about 6 to 7 years ago on the products that we manufacture currently are huge stakeholders in this industry. And I believe not only in the fashion and lifestyle industry, they are touching almost each and every industry at the moment. So there are new competitors, new collaborators coming up as the digital revolution is opening up in front of our eyes. At the same time, it is making it possible for me to access those 15,000 pin codes, which I could not have otherwise hoped to reach in my lifetime. To reach in a country like India, you need to maybe, invest thousands of crores to put up those kind of stores and access those distribution channels. So by going digital, it is possible for you to access those pin codes, those thousands of districts and villages, just by sitting in the city that you belong to. So the first and foremost benefit is distribution, ease of distribution. Second is visibility among crores of customers, which otherwise would not have been possible without spending crores and crores in marketing money. Thirdly, of course, as I mentioned in the beginning of my statement, you see new competitors. It is a double-edged sword. It is not that your business is now protected, that there would be only those generation-old small and medium enterprises who would be collaborating with you to take your products forward. Now you have these multinationals who can develop their own private labels, who have the data, the wherewithal to study whatever you are selling on their platforms, and to copy those products, market them under their own brand names very easily. So in a way, this data that comes up in the entire funnel becomes accessible to these behemoths, and they are able to adapt it to the product very quickly. But having said that, that presents you with a manufacturing opportunity. You can partner with them to manufacture those products for them. So I would say digital is helping us in all the ways. Although it is expanding the market, it is creating new competitors for us, at the same time making it possible for us to distribute it. So it depends on how you really play the game, how you are able to, how well you understand your business situation. It is not very working capital intensive. As an aside, I would like to mention that the beauty of digital is that while you spend a lot on marketing, it is not otherwise very working capital intensive. It is not very fixed capital intensive. So for any product company based out of India looking to create a business in India, it is possible to be digital first. And of course, the most important benefit is that you can't see the smile on my face because of my mask, but it gets you very good valuations. So if you are a digital company, e-commerce company, and so the valuations are, let's say, 80x, 90x, I don't know. And if you are a manufacturing company, the valuations are 10x, 20x. So that's the difference that's another area where digital, kind of open up huge potential and huge opportunities for you as a SME.
Absolutely, Saurav. Thank you. Milind, coming to you, you came in with the whole idea of robotic automation. I mean, most of the automation is kind of associated with technology and all of that. Of course, robotics is also technology. When I said it's the IT space is what I meant. And you brought this idea to market very early on. So as a starter, when you are early in the market, you have to spend time in creating the market, educating the market, sell the concept, and then you get to selling your idea and taking out the thing. Let's talk about that bit of your journey. How difficult was it to kind of educate and create the market when you first started?
Okay. So when we started in 2005 selling robos, right? So it was like selling ice cream in northern hemisphere, right? So it was very difficult because labor was cheap. To sell robo was just impossible, and robos were so costly at that time. So to get those robos to India, we had to customize it so much, so that the cost benefit analysis becomes a business case, right? So we did a lot of customization, a lot of indigenization. So in India, I still say, any process cannot be 100% robotized because of its ROI. The best thing is if you can do 60, 70% and 80% automation, and rest can be, manual. So the ROI comes faster, because the last bit of automation can be very costly, and the ROI of that can become really difficult. So in India, it is always good to have semi-automatic lines. So that is one thing we did. and we have learned that. And now if I see around me, everything is going to disrupt, right? So it's a very exciting time for us. So when we started, there was no robo, and we are at a stage where, you know, everybody is talking about robo, and we are at a cusp of that, you know, where everything is going to get disrupted in this country too.
Thanks, Milind. And I'm sure that's only going to accelerate. Maybe we can be one geography that gets the dividend of robos, not because of an aging population, but because we want to take our labor pool to the next level, develop their skill sets, and have them move away from menial labor.
Even our labor cost, you know, is so cheap that we can be a hub of exporting robos to the whole world because of our low cost, you know. So that I see as a very big advantage in coming years. Even China cost is like 10 times to our cost. So if we start exporting in next, you know, 3-4 years, 5 years, India can be a hub for exporting robos due to our low
very
cost.
Interesting. True that. Talking about the workforce and all of that, Shweta, one of the things that kind of helps economic development is when the women join the workforce. You have taken the whole concept to the next level by not just bringing women to the workforce. You are working very hard on turning women into entrepreneurs. Can you talk a little bit about that, and how has been their journey from coming to the workforce, but coming directly to the workforce as entrepreneurs? That's something I'd like you to talk about.
Yes. So Jaideep, before I come to your question, there's one thing that I wanted to add. I think Milinji said it in the last question. Even Anshu spoke about it. See, one of the things as an entrepreneur I have learned is that equity is everything for you. It's cash. It's a cash cow, right? So yes, there is a mindset today, especially in the tech world, and especially with the VC world coming into play, and with this entire valuation game being played in the especially the tech world, there is this false mindset of selling your equity the fastest. I always tell the entrepreneurs that I mentor or handhold that equity is like your own home. You come to your home and sell it the last, because as a traditional entrepreneur, and this is what SMEs are, this is what the true entrepreneurship spirit of India is. MBA schools came late, but a complete clan, a complete caste of Indians used to only do entrepreneurship, and that's how old we are with entrepreneurship. So learning from the Jains, the Marwadis, and the Gujaratis, what I have learned is it is very, very important to understand the crux of your business and make it profitable. It is important for you to understand that I am doing the business to run the business, to make profits in the business, and not to create a valuation bubble and to sell off my business. So that's one of the first thing as an entrepreneur we need to understand. What I've created with women, and especially with women, is because most founders you see in this entire panel of yours, I'm the only woman. Right? So it's very difficult to find, there are just 8% women founders, single women founders that are even found in the tech startup world. Forget about that. There are less than 2% who are found in the VC world. So when a woman tech founder goes out to talk about valuation of her own startup to a VC, she's taken up very, very lightly. And hence, what we primarily did is we created a platform for 1 billion millennial women. So we call it the Billennium Divas, to come together to help support other women through funds or through mentorship or through handholding. But having said that, I personally feel that it is very important to vet the idea. For example, women, when they become entrepreneurs, they only think one of the first few products that they would think of is beauty, because what they are considering in their mind is only going back to other women as customers. Women need to understand that when you go out into the market as an SME or as a business idea, you have the entire 100% market to capture and not the only women force. In fact, women are the major consumers. So most businesses try to attract women as the primary consumer. So the best of the businesses today, which have consumers as women, are being run by men. So men understand this, and it's time for women to understand this and utilize this. So that's about it for women. I whenever I talk to women, and if there are women listening to this, I personally feel that I always say this, that it's a man's world, because we women have allowed it to be. It's time that we claim back this world and ensure that the half that belongs to us remains with us. But we need to fight for it. We need to be skilled for it. We need to believe and trust our ideas and ourselves for it. And we need to fight the battle with the rules that is same for all. It's not difficult. When you become an entrepreneur, it is gender agnostic. It does not talk about man or woman. When you talk about talent, it is gender agnostic. And when you talk about finance, it is gender agnostic. And these are the three things which really matter in the entrepreneurial world. Having said that, one last point that I want to say is everyone has spoken about technology. And I think Saurabh has spoken, coming from him, it's a big word. And I personally feel that the SMEs who have learned to utilize technology in their daily lives, for example, as a CRM or as an ERP system or as a platform to connect to their consumers, are the SMEs which are into the scale-up mode. And these are the educated, skilled, technologically prone entrepreneurs or SMEs that we need and is the call of today.
Excellent, Shweta. I must mention that we are at 20% on this panel, not a poor 2%. And I must also take this opportunity to tell you that Legasis has an amazing gender balance. We are 1:1. Probably at times it goes up to 1.2 to 1 in favor of females. I should also highlight that. Anshu, coming to you, Anshu, you've been a serial entrepreneur. We spoke about your journey. Predominantly, when you worked with these kind of cycles, you worked with attracting capital and attracting talent both. Now, how much of attracting talent and attracting capital both hinges upon the uniqueness of the idea or the intellectual property that you're trying to build? Can you add some light to that, please?
Okay. So before I answer that, the point I missed the last time was incentivizing R&D, as Shweta put it. I think government can incentivize it by offering tax benefits, by giving tax deductions on R&D spends, which is lacking in our country. A lot of countries do that, right? That is one way to. And anyways, as a community, as a country, we are very obsessed with tax deductions, right? So if you give tax deductions for investments, we are running after mutual funds, put our money. So I think that could be one of the alternatives to it. Now, coming back to your question, Jaydeep. So I think I would like to put it in the order of this. Okay, first is the entrepreneur, right? The entrepreneur, the team, and his spirit. When I say I mean the co-founding team. So idea comes later, right? Obviously, idea is important, but the character of the entrepreneur, the will of the entrepreneur, the way he thinks, whether it is value creation for everyone, it is wealth creation, it is building the team, creating jobs, right? It's his mindset, his dedication, his effort. Second comes the scale of the idea. How much you can scale the idea, right? If you really want to attract capital, you should be able to kind of scale the idea. Third is execution, and fourth is the idea itself. So idea is just start of the problem. It is the seed, right? But when you want to attract capital, I think idea comes the last, fortunately or unfortunately. And I think it makes sense. And as far as attracting talent is concerned, right? So it is a combination of your team management skills, your marketing, your the scale of your operations, everything helps in that, right? Attracting talent is one of the largest challenges that SMEs face, right? Because they lack scale, right? They lack vision. So attracting talent is a very big problem in our country today. And I think this is a global phenomenon now. But this can only be overcome when, so basically an entrepreneur has to sell himself every time, right? So you have to sell it to your employees, you have to sell it to your investors, you have to sell it to your customers. You keep on selling. So yeah, this is the way it is.
True. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to touch upon one subject which is going to be common across all of you, and let's see what you have to talk about that. In fact, last year has been, like Ajay sir mentioned, the true test of that. How do you sustain? Sustainability is the key. I mean, to attract capital, you have to sustain. To grow the business, you have to sustain. To retain the talent, you have to sustain. To innovate, you have to sustain. Sustainability is the key. What are some of the practical challenges that come in the way of building a sustainable business? Milind, let's start with you.
So as every other SME, we also have several challenges, right? And during this tough period, probably this was one of the toughest year we have seen in last 15 years. And manufacturing industry, specifically, we in capital goods saw a lot of challenges. And to start with, every time there is a peak of COVID, there is no supply of oxygen to the industry, and that is one of the major thing for cutting irons, right? So oxygen goes off the grid, and we, as well as our whole ecosystem, doesn't get oxygen, and the supply goes down. The steel prices have gone up. So there are a lot of challenges we are facing, but this is a pandemic years, right? So we have to live with that. We have to understand that these are some of the genuine issues, and we have to, somehow cooperate and do something. So we have been dealing with that. As far as funds are concerned, yes, our last year was bad as compared to all other years, but then we were able to sail through. And in this free time, I got a lot of time because there was no traveling. So this was the first time when I was stationed for such a long time in India and in factory. I went back on design board. We saw, like, we tried to optimize each and every process. We reduced our cost in some of the verticals, almost 10%, by optimizing our designs, by commonizing design. After that, again, I was having a lot of time. After doing this also, there was a lot of time left, right? So we went back, we designed some of the products, futuristic products, and which can be scaled up. So we got a lot of time to think like how it can be, how we can scale our business, and what are the new niche in our lines, what are the disruptions coming in. So we designed a lot of products. So I might have personally designed at least 10 to 12 products in this lockdown, might have scrapped 6-7 products, but then finally, freezed on some 3-4 good products which can take our company, I believe, to almost 1 billion in next 3 to 4 years. So that was the power of this lockdown, which has done to me. So that is how I, spending my time.
Thank you. Thank you. Saurav, your views on sustainability.
So 2-3 things on the sustainability issue for SMEs. First, keep your debt level in check. Having a debt equity ratio of close to 0.5 is a golden rule, not only for large corporations, but also for SMEs. That helps during these days. Second premise is converting as much as fixed cost possible to variable cost. That helps. We were able to do that to a large extent. So that is about saving your, operational expenditure. Then I come to your market cap. Communicate with your shareholders, whosoever are the large shareholders. You need to sustain your market cap during these periods. Once it demolishes, it is very difficult to rebuild it. Distribute whatever dividends you can, even if it is a bad year. That shows your intent as a good promoter. Your percentage should be fixed of whatever dividends that you are distributing. The amount might come down, but it shows that promoters are honest and believe in a long-term relationship with the shareholders. Speak to your bankers when it comes to debt. Don't default on the bank obligation even once. It becomes very difficult to build that kind of legacy. Once the pandemic is over, no banker will, even if it is not over, the bankers do not like those SMEs which default on, let's say, interest payments or any such obligation. Lastly, speak to your vendors. You might, dutifully extend your payment terms with them. Once you communicate with them properly, most of the vendors will support a good SME. It is not very difficult, but if you go into a shell and live under an assumption that they will understand that this is a pandemic year, or try to take that as an excuse in delaying your payment, then it is very difficult to rebuild. So for us, H1 was very difficult. In H2, we broke all the records as far as the sales are concerned or profitability is concerned. We were able to rebound so quickly, even though being in fashion and lifestyle business, which was the biggest casualty of pandemic, only because we were very right on our basic premise. So we were good to the world was very good to us.
Thank you, Saurav. Anshu?
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think Saurav put it very correctly. I think he put it down in very detail. Control your debt to equity, be lean, right? Control your fixed cost, right? I think it was very well put. I appreciate Saurav to do that. And I think these are not only for a particular period. These are the items that you have to kind of imbibe in your business strategy. As a business, you have to be lean. You have to make sure that you only borrow as much as you can actually absorb and digest. And so specific to the pandemic year, as Saurav put, right? Speak to your vendors, speak to your shareholders, tell them what the situation is. A lot of them would understand, right? People in generally understand this is the situation. And this will give you confidence that you have a support system that wants you to come out of this situation. Everyone understands there are people behind you. And I think that will give you a lot of motivation to come out of the situation. And I think the more comfortable and happier the entrepreneur is, the better the results are. So I think taking everyone along is something that you should be doing.
Certainly. Thank you, Anshu. I think you touched upon a softer element, which is more relevant during these times than ever before. Shweta and Ajay sir, you both have created an ecosystem in your own ways. So let me move and ask Shweta first. What has been the talk about sustaining the business over the last year or so from the ecosystem that you've created, and what are the challenges that entrepreneurs have faced?
So, Jaideep, I think sustenance has been a problem for everyone. And during the pandemic, I think there have been some people who've been worst hit, some worse hit, and some badly hit. But please trust me for my words when I say this. You have not heard one story of a depression or a mental health issue or a suicide of an entrepreneur. Because if somebody can actually survive a situation like this, it is definitely an entrepreneur. And I think the only key to sustenance is creativity. So you need to go back to the drawing board once again. And as Milind put it extremely well, there can be just two ways around it. One, you lower down your cost, make it extremely lean. For example, an organization like ours, which runs on tech, realized that we didn't need such large offices. And now when we will overcome this pandemic year, we still have to figure out if we really needed such large spaces at all, because everything is possible today on a virtual platform. So yes, there needs and there is alternate ways of doing the same thing with lesser costs. You need to realize this. And how and what is the need of the hour, because every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. So I know that my women's self-help groups have earned the largest or done the best of their SME lives, because they switched over to make masks, they switched over to make sanitizers. They quickly understood that this is the opportunity and then created opportunities like this. I have a startup which does groceries. And they switched over to last mile deliveries of different kinds, where they did smaller events and shops on wheels within societies, and they are doing extremely well. I have an investment which is into furniture. They started making these sanitizing pods, and they are doing extremely well. So creativity and innovation counts when there is a challenge right in front of you. Just realize that, and I think there has to be an alternate methodology of doing the same thing. You as an entrepreneur are fit to figure that out. All you need to do is to understand that you have to sustain, and you will.
Thank you, Shweta. Ajay sir, very quick this thing. Oh, we have Dr. Mashelkar in the room. Good evening, sir. Welcome. Please give us a few minutes. We are just wrapping the previous panel, sir.
Sure. Please do.
Thank you, sir. Ajay sir, from an ecosystem perspective, what is the challenge that you have seen entrepreneurs go through or promoters go through in the last year or so?
Let me tell you, this was an unprecedented disruption. Okay, no one has foreseen it. Not even, I don't know, even the best of the person would have ever foreseen this type of disruption. Okay, it has come so sudden. It was just like tsunami. You can't be prepared for tsunami. So, you can't say everything was closed for 6 months, 5 months, 6 months. You can now sit, you can say that, okay, this should have been done, that should have been done. It is easy to say, but let me tell you, the hard times give you the best lessons. Okay, these promoters have gone through the hard times. Now, how to sustain the business? I think Saurabh ji has talked, Salini ji has talked, Milind ji has talked, and Su has talked. And I have, always stressed upon this. No, in this pandemic, even much before that, when I have already done 2,200 seminars across the country, and I kept on harping on the promoters that you always have a control on your balance sheet. Okay, balance sheet and the cash flow management is the most important thing for any promoter. Let me tell you, 99.9% of the companies in this country balance sheets are over leveraged, especially in the SME side. They always need to understand that you need to keep your balance sheet as healthy as you can. Okay, any risk that you are taking, it should be calculative. You should not proceed in your business with the herd mentality. Okay, if someone is doing good, it doesn't mean you will also start doing good. In Hindi, there is a proverb: "Dur ka dhol bahut suhavna lagta hai." So you need to have a control on yourself. The most important thing for a promoter is not to get lured by anything and not to be indisciplined. Before this pandemic also, I have seen many of the businesses who were doing very well at one point of time get busted because they have diverted their business into other business. So you need to have control on those things. And therefore, discipline is very much required. And keep your balance sheet lean. I will not say that you keep your balance sheet lean, but I would like to say like this, that they may be right, they are the promoters, but I always say that whatever the business decisions you are taking, you do the best of the research before plunging into those business, and only after that proceed for that business. Otherwise you should be doing that business. And let me tell you, and I also request to the whole business fraternity that you make a group so that you can help each other both financially and in the businesses also, because some or other businesses may be taking some or other products of some other business. So unless until there is a requirement of pool of funds among these entrepreneurs and also business relationship among these entrepreneurs, we have so many businesses in this country. I think if these measures can be taken, we can come out of even the bad periods.
Thank you, Ajay sir. We are running out of time very quickly, so I'm going to request all the panelists, and I'm going to start with Shweta, very quickly move around the room and come back to you, Ajay sir. Shweta, one call for action, one practical action that SMEs or budding SMEs or budding entrepreneurs can take after this session today. One call for action, please.
I think transparency is extremely important. So please understand what tech, whether it is ERP, CRM, or platform, which is critical for your business, go and engage. Please do engage with technology. SMEs do not have to be scared of technology.
Thank you, Shweta. Milind?
Yeah. So I would just say that, there's a lot of disruption coming all around. So I would say there are a lot of opportunities for every one of us, right from electric, right from, everything like dye making, and I can keep on talking on that. So there are a lot of opportunities coming in, and every SME guy or every entrepreneur should keep on looking for the new opportunities, because probably a lot of old things will get, just outdated.
Thank you, Milind. Anshu?
Apart from all the negatives, all the odds, ours is a very vibrant economy. I think we should look at the bright side of it. Second, last year has been really bad, and this is once in a lifetime. It is not going to be like this always. Once you come out of this, we are going to be stronger. So I want a couple of things to be done by a lot of entrepreneurs. Go back to your finances. Look what you can exclude, what you can include. Second, I think automation is the key, as Shweta put it, right? Wherever you can employ software, software is real cheap today, right? Because of SaaS, software as a service, it does not cost anything, right? Try to automate. It will help you give your metrics, whether it is CRMs or ERPs or support systems, support ticket systems. It will make your life easier. It will give you the metrics. And third, learn and innovate. Learn in your own industry. See what people are doing, whether it is webinars or conferences or paid courses. Do it. I think as an entrepreneur, we need to start spending on learning.
Thank you. Thank you, Anshu. Saurav, one call to action, please.
I would end up repeating whatever the learned panelists said. The only thing I can add as an extra is be ambitious. Don't be afraid. The world is for us to conquer. I am not afraid. I feel that there are so many opportunities for us, and we will not stay SMEs forever. We will turn into large corporations, and I have no doubt about it. There is a life beyond this pandemic, and we all will do well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saurav. Going to the last person on the panel, Ajay sir, one call to action from your side.
I think, the most important thing for the promoters is to have, financial discipline. Okay. And as rightly said by Saurav and other panelists, that be ambitious, don't get scared. Promoters are not meant for getting scared, and that's why they are entrepreneurs. So be bold, be strong, and make your business beautiful. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ajay sir, and the panel over here for a very thought-provoking conversation, put packed with a lot of action. We have a few more minutes to go before we start our next session. We want to use 2 or 3 minutes to kind of talk about our hackathon awards. I'm going to request my colleague Kamal. He's a part of our IPR team. He's been working very closely with several hackathon teams that were shortlisted since Friday evening over till Sunday night. So we've had a solid 48-hour talk about the hackathon a little and announce the winners before I hand it over back to Mehak and Ashni.
Thank you so much, JD. Good evening, everyone. Going by this year's theme, World IP Day, the theme was IP and SMEs, taking your ideas to market. So keeping with the theme, Legasis team has organized an idea submission hackathon event for individual innovators, startups, and SMEs. As part of the hackathon, the participants were given a set of case studies to propose innovative solutions for challenging problems. The hackathon was conducted as a virtual pre-event, and ideas received were evaluated based on some criteria. The criteria were the technology used, innovation, completion of the idea, and scope of the industrial applicability. So considering these 4 criteria, our judging team, they have evaluated the ideas and they have come up with the final winners of the hackathon. So before announcing the hackathon winners, I would like to thank all the participants who have submitted their ideas. The winners for this IP Hackathon 2021, the first winner is Mr. Sushil Shelke. He has submitted his idea about agricultural processing device to increase farmers' income. I would congratulate Mr. Soshil and wish him all the best to develop the idea and protect the IP coming out of this idea. Going towards the second winner of our IP hackathon, we have a team of 2 members, M. Srivira and RT Deepika. So they have their idea titled A Hand Glove Device for Assisting Blind People in Detecting Currency Values and for Navigation Purposes. I congratulate Srivira and Deepika and wish them all the best for development of their idea, and I believe that they will protect their IP also. I will hand over to Ashni.
Thank you, Kamal.
Right. Ashni, sorry, I just want to take one quick minute.
Sure.
Thank you to my panel. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have Dr. Salunke in the room. Sir, thank you so much for joining us again. We have Dr. Mashelkar. He came in a few minutes back. Sir, thank you for joining us. And Professor Gupta, welcome. Thank you so much. I request Ashni to introduce Dr. Mashelkar and Professor Gupta.
No, it's over now. JD.
Yes. Ajay sir,
Okay,
Ajay sir, thank you.
Thank
you so much. We request you to please stay back for the rest of the sessions.
Moving on to the next segment, Dr. Mashelkar requires no introduction. He's one of the industry experts. He's a national research professor and was one of the longest serving director general of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, that's the CSIR. He was also the chairman of the National Innovation Foundation and was the president of the Indian National Science Academy and the Global Research Alliance. Around 44 universities around the world have honored him with an honorary doctorate, and these universities include University of London, Salford, Pretoria, Wisconsin, Swinburne, Monash, and Delhi. Dr. Mashelkar has many firsts to his credits, and just to name a few, he was one of the first Indian to win the most prestigious TWAS Lenovo Science Prize in 2018. And this award or this prize is considered as a mini Nobel Prize for developing world scientists. He was also one of the first Indian from India to be elected as a fellow of US National Academy of Innovator. He was the first Asian scientist to win the Business Week. It's a USA award of Stars of Asia, which was given to him or at the hands of George Bush, who was the former president of the United States, and the first and only scientist to win the GRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award so far. He is one of the 3rd Indian engineers to have been elected as Fellow of Royal Society since 1660, and the 7th Indian scientist to have been elected as a Foreign Fellow in the US National Academy of Science since 1863, and the 7th Indian to have been elected as a Foreign Associate of American Academy of Arts and Science since 1780. Another proud first to his credit was that he has brought awareness to the importance of protecting India's traditional knowledge. He fought the famous battle on the wrong US patents that were granted on turmeric and basmati rice. And as a chairman of the standing committee in WIPO, he has championed among 176 members and nations with cause of introducing traditional knowledge as a form of knowledge which was at par with formal scientific knowledge. He has led to the creation of the first traditional knowledge digital library of around 30 million pages, and all the patents are officially mandated, and the landmark initiative has helped preventing to a large extent of misappropriation of traditional knowledge. Dr. Mashelkar has been awarded or has been on the board of director of many or most reputable companies in India, which includes companies such as Reliance Industries, Tata Motors, and Hindustan Unilever. He has been given the 3 Padma Awards, which include the Padma Shri, the Padma Bhushan, as well as the Padma Vibhushan, which is the highest civilian honor. And with Legasis, he was our compliance crusader in 2019. So he has been the compliance crusader on 2019 when it comes to the Legasis 1010. So we welcome you, Dr. Mashelkar, and we're so delighted to have you with us today.
Thank you.
We also have with us Professor Anil Gupta. Professor Gupta is an Indian scholar, and he is mainly in the area of grassroots innovation. Professor Gupta is the founder of the Honeybee Network, Shrishti, NIF, Gyan, and he's also a CSIR Bhatnagar Fellow. He has retired as a full-time professor at the IIM, that's the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, where he served for about 36 years, and he still goes there as a visiting faculty. He has been awarded the Padma Shri in the year 2004 for his contributions to the management education. Professor Gupta has also written a book, which is Grassroots Innovation, Minds on the Margin and Not the Marginal Minds, in 2016, which was published by Penguin Books India. And we are so delighted to have you with us as well, sir. We also have with us our founder of Legasis, as well as the managing partner, Mr. Sahas Tulsapurkar. And with the 3 of y'all, I would like y'all, which is the next segment, is to declare our platform or our app, which is the Flute, live. I kindly request y'all to declare it live.
Ashni, sorry to interrupt. We have Professor Dr. Salunki as well. Sir, good evening and welcome back.
Thank you, David.
Right.
Good evening, Dr.
Sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, how are you?
Very well, sir, very well. Looking forward to listen to both of you for pearls of wisdom.
The pearls of wisdom will flow from Dr. Mashelkar. I will only collect them.
It is the other way around.
Very humble, sir.
Right. Sirs, we have a little something we would like you to please launch. But before we request you to declare the app live, I'm going to request Suhas to take a minute to explain the concept of the flute. Suhas, if you could please take a minute, tell us about the concept of the flute, and then we could request sirs to declare it go live.
Thank you very much, JD. Thanks a lot, Ashni. Thank you, everybody. Thanks to Dr. Mashelkar, Professor Gupta, Dr. Salunke. Sir, it's kind of a great privilege and honor to have you with us. This is the second digital World Innovation Day that we are celebrating, with WIPO's theme being carried forward. And the theme is actually IP and SMEs, taking your ideas to the market. And we thought it appropriate that on this occasion, we launched this portal, the flute.in. The concept was very simple. You have a bamboo. And sir, I think this started off with Mrs. Anu Aga from Thermax, when I was working way back in Thermax as their legal head. Anu had this calendar on her desk, which said, the simplest form of innovation is converting a bamboo stick into the flute. All you need is a skillful person who can drill good holes at appropriate places and a wind that blows from one end to the other end of the bamboo to make it a flute. We said, when we talk about IP, and at the beginning of Legasis, we thought about this as a concept. We said in the startup ecosystem, that time even this word was not there, or in the SME sector, I think it is important not only to make them aware about what intellectual properties are, but to demonstrate to them that their ideas, which at times could be abstract, could be converted into a concrete form that can be commercially exploited, given everything being right there. And it is with that concept that we call this innovation capture platform as the flute.in. This is kind of in-house developed by the knowledge team within Legasis, the IP team within Legasis, as also the technologists within Legasis, the IT experts. So, sir, that's the concept, and we are making this open for anybody and everybody who has an idea which he wants to convert into concrete intellectual properties, or wants to understand whether that idea could be converted into a concrete intellectual property. Thanks to the latest amendments to the Copyright Act, I think today the object code can also be filed as a copyright. So what we believe is people start off by saying, I want to patent a software or an idea or in digital space something, but end up saying that, no, this cannot be patented. It's at that point in time, we'll probably come back and say, now register the object code here, which will have a good copyright protection. We'll also talk a little later about the traditional knowledge being brought in on the flute.in to make sure that we're not losing out touch with the culture, we're not losing out touch with the traditional knowledge in India, that where the idea consolidation may happen. The idea in the flute.in was also to say that not everything could be patented, but still it could be an intellectual property with a clear know-how, with a clear show-how being created around it to consolidate your abstract rights or abstract ideas. I think that's the concept. And sir, may I request both of you to kind of help us in declaring this as a launch? JD, if you want to kind of coordinate this.
Dr. Mashelkar, sir.
Yes, this is a delightful idea, I must say, and I'm very happy to launch it, and that too, along with my younger brother, my icon, Anil Gupta.
Thank you, sir. Let's launch it. Wow, flowers.
And the colors, sir.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. So we are just kind of opening this up to anybody and everybody who has an idea currently. We are not looking at what is the commercial angle in this portal. Sir, we just simply saying that, how do we capture these ideas and innovations?
Right. So we have a short 90-second video with your permission. Can we just play that? That will give a quick snapshot of what the app is capable of doing.
Sure.
Thank you.
Entrepreneurs and innovators quite often struggle with identifying and capturing innovation and intellectual property. Welcome to the Flute.in, in tune with innovation. The Flute.in is an app developed by Legasis to help entrepreneurs and innovators navigate through the process of discovery and capture of intellectual properties such as patents, trademarks, copyrights, and designs. This app has been designed by qualified professionals with years of experience in helping hundreds of businesses and professionals with their intellectual properties. Using this app is quite simple. You can use the step-by-step wizard to assist you with the process. Our experts are on the standby to assist you at any point. The Flute.in helps you navigate through the enigmatic and complex process of innovation capture with great ease. The Flute.in maintains a repository of all your inventions for future reference. The app also lets you search for inventions through our integrated search engine. What's more, your intellectual property and innovation is protected by a strong non-disclosure agreement right from the time you start using the app. We will work with you to discover and capture your intellectual property. Log on to theflute.in.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sirs. Suhas, over to you.
Sir, thanks a lot. I think, one of the things that we started last year, if you remember, sirs, is that we started looking at an Indian Innovator for the Year as an award, which is an Apex award. You see, last year we kind of bestowed this on Dr. Garda, and it was like, all of us, got together to bestow that award on Dr. Garda. This year, sir, it's an extremely a privileged position for me. It's privilege and honor. We had some independent discussions with some of the stalwarts in this place, and I think unanimously everybody came to the conclusion that the amount of work Professor Anil Gupta has done in ensuring that you have open databases today, especially in the context of COVID-related technologies. And I think that work with him and his students and his disciples and Gyan and the Honeybee Network, all of that, we are recognizing this year as the Indian Innovator of 2021. A hearty congratulations, Professor Anil Gupta ji. And then I'm going to request Dr. Mashelkar to kind of, bestow this honor, sir.
Yeah. It's a great pity we are meeting digitally. Otherwise, he knows what I do with him when I meet him. A warm, big hug. Thank you and congratulations. And we are actually honoring ourselves by honoring you. You don't need any of these honors, but thank you very much for accepting.
The tribute is really to my students. I will introduce them a little later, who have created unprecedentedly large open access databases. I would like to mention three of them here. Devika Kaushal, Zaigam Khan, and Anamika. They have contributed, particularly Zaigam and Devika put months of work in pooling 0.9 million abundant US patents in an open database called as gyan.org/patent.php. Now, this database makes it possible for MSME to use this knowledge freely and build upon it and pool it. So by pooling this open source knowledge now, and mind you, these were all patents which are granted and could not be renewed, and therefore we got abundant. So they are recent intellectual property. They are not expired patents. These are abundant patents. They got expired because of non-renewable payment of non-renewable fees, which is, as we all know, 3.5, 6.5, and 11.5 years in USPTO. So it's a hugely valuable knowledge, all available free of cost, without password and login to our MSME and scholars and scientists. This is one of the latest contributions that we are doing.
No, sir, thank you very much for giving MSME sector and all of us this concept is so strong that we kind of encourage to utilize this everywhere. And I think we will do that, sir. Thanks a lot again. And I must say, congratulations to Zaigam, Anamika. Would they want to kind of...
Devika, Zaigam, can you open your video? Anamika, can you switch on your video? And Devika is there? Or Zaigam?
No, sir, he's not. She's not.
I understand. She's still in India or US?
She's in US.
Okay.
So Zaigam, many thanks for all your efforts.
Thanks
a lot. And Anamika, yes, join us. Thank you for hosting this database and making it possible for reaching the connection. Both of them got wonderful grades. Zaigam and Devika got wonderful grades. And Anamika did her PhD with me. So I'm very proud to call all the three of my students. And they have done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think because of sir's guidance only this was possible. Only you have such great ideas, sir. We just implemented all of these.
Wonderful. God bless you.
Thank you, Anamika ji, for joining us today. And I think it is a pleasure and privilege to have you. So, JD, is there...
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think, sir, I think we want to kind of discuss few issues today which are grappling, and I think one of the issues that's grappling, and I think in the ecosystem currently, which is the theme being actually IP and SME. We improvised it to say that IP, MSME in Indian context, because in Indian context, I think it is termed as MSME. And we are saying that the startup ecosystem together, because each of the startups is either falls within the category of MSME, but this connotation and the perception in India is slightly different. Like in the US today, you have Jump, our business startup, which is like the startup community there. So it is IP and MSME together with startup community, that ecosystem. While the WIPO gave us this theme to say that taking your ideas to the market, we are saying in today's context, you see, while taking ideas to the market is one step, we also want to focus on bringing sustainability to the MSMEs. And I think, therefore, sustainability and taking ideas to the market would be the focus of our discussion for next about 45 minutes, if you permit me, sir. So what the current context is that we have about 6.33 crore MSMEs, out of which 6.30 are actually micro enterprises. Micro enterprises, which within the definition of MSME become very, very small enterprises there. The Dun & Bradstreet, the survey today indicates that 82% of these businesses have had negative COVID impact. Some of them because of lack of market access, some of them because of their financial position being depleting. And I think overall, the productivity couldn't be improved within the MSME sector. So in most of the large companies, I think the salaries and wages was a major element, and most of the people compromised there to bring in some semblance of a financial stability, at least in the books there. But the situation has been very bad. This is one kind of a data point that we have today. The other data point is that the 7 years of digital time that it would have taken for digitization has been accelerated because of COVID, and the COVID has made digitization an imperative. In this kind of two different, probably contradictory or extreme data points, there is a MSME owner here who wants to say, in the context of this, what is the importance of intellectual property rights to me, to MSME, and to the entrepreneur? Sir, I'm going to request Dr. Mashelkar for his point of view first, and then move on to Dr. Gupta. And please feel free to talk on any issue that you would want to talk, sir.
In this case, my guru was first, Anil Gupta, and I will always follow him. So
no, sir. You have nurtured so many MSMEs through CSIR technologies all these years. I mean, I know that the famous example that you often gave during the cyclone of Odisha, when an entrepreneur who took the technology of NCL for water filter in the hand pump, and through Professor Ramurthy, it was installed in real time, thanks to the DST grant, in large number of places because all water was polluted because of the cyclone. So those were examples. And I think today, in the context of pandemic, we need to engage MSMEs similarly to set up these oxygen plants, to set up PPE disposal plants and collection systems, supply chain. We are creating such a huge environmental load. Suhas mentioned about it, sustainability, but where is the supply chain for proper digestion, proper collection and disposal of the COVID waste? I mean, we have not paid attention to COVID waste disposal in a manner that is compatible with the best ICMR medical waste guidelines. We have put a lot of emphasis on safety of ourselves, but safety of workers and so on. So I think there is a huge tradition created by CSIR in this regard, but a lot more remains to be done. So I'll take, sir, 5-7 minutes to make this presentation quickly, if you permit me, and then we can start the discussion, because that will give much better ideas to what we are talking about in terms of how MSMEs can use the opportunity. So the first thing I would like to mention is that MSMEs must recognize that learning has no substitute. In fact, the point at which I will conclude my presentation is learning, leveraging, linking, and legitimizing. These all four-step ladder through which we will all have to pass. And the steps become shorter when the pandemic or uncertainties of this kind occur. That means we have to learn faster, we have to leverage faster, we have to link it with investment enterprise, and a role of IP in that will become obvious. And of course, we have to legitimize it by providing support to all such innovations very quickly in real time. So surely, how do we begin to see this process? And I would say our first contention is that public knowledge good as a spur for creating intellectual property. So these databases that were created, just now we talked about what Zygam, Devika, and Namika have helped us in both creating and hosting this database. First is techpedia.in. I would like to MSME to use this database. It has 200,000 engineering projects by 600,000 students of our country. This has been done from 2009 onwards. And why have we done that? We have done, I will show you an example of that. We have done it so that industrially defined problem. If you have a problem, who will be your R&D partner? Student of technology institution. So in some sense, every MSME must make demands on the institutions around you, Polytechnic, ITI, engineering colleges, and of course, institutions of higher learning, such as ICER and CSIR labs and DBT labs and ICR labs. But if you ask me honestly, not even 1%, and I don't know, maybe some of you should do a poll. Suhas, we should create a poll. How many of the MSMEs have ever approached a technology institution for seeking an IP or a public domain technology, whichever way it is? But how many of them have consulted so far? Using it and making money out of it is second issue, but first issue is to seek that. And I think this is a very important time when we should be doing that. The second thing is, of course, the mention of the abundant US patent that I already mentioned. And third is gyatitechpedia.in, which is an award that we give to the students, 15 lakh rupees for 2 years to a student, thanks to the BIREC and DBT in life sciences. For non-life sciences, we don't have award as yet, but I'm sure some technology philanthropist would in due course provide award for other disciplines of engineering also. And then recently with UNDP, we created a database, again, open database, grid.undp.org.in, where innovations for grassroots and from grassroots are mentioned. So I'm saying that there are three kinds of goods that MSME can make. One is private intellectual property. You have done an innovation, you file a patent. Second is defensive. And I'll give you an example of an innovation that Indian Institute of Sciences, Dr. Dasappa and his team have developed, which we are going to talk about tomorrow at 3 o'clock. And which is about oxygen generation equipment, which they are making it open source. So if you file patent in such case, it is only for defensive purpose. Defensive meaning you don't want somebody else to monopolize it. You don't want to monopolize it, but you don't want somebody else to monopolize it, and therefore you're making it defensive. And third is community-based, which means that community through its elders represents itself and gets its knowledge patented. So we can do all the three kinds of patent, and this example is. Now, this is the example of Dr. Dasappa, Anand Shivapuji, and Arshdeep. Arshdeep is a student, PhD student. Shivapuji is a professor there, and Dr. Dasappa is the team leader. All the three of them have set up an open oxygen generation unit design. And they're willing to make it available to anybody. And tomorrow, 3 o'clock, they will explain how this design can be used and implemented. Why are they doing it? They could have kept it patent because country at this moment needed to ramp up the oxygen plant at an unprecedented scale. Every hospital is supposed to have a plant. Not everybody can buy and set it up. So therefore, some of them can do it themselves. And maybe in every city, the technology students can learn from this team and implement it. So the IP is as important as IP disclosed and made it in the public domain, because not all IP is supposed to be only for commercial. When there is a crisis in society, we are asking US to make their IP of vaccine open, isn't it? When we can ask them, why shouldn't we do it ourselves? And I think this is a good example. One of the top institutes of our country, Indian Institute of Sciences, and the professor team there decided that they will make it open and not restrict. So this is a good example. The third is that we should think of technology commons, where people-to-people copying is allowed, but firm is through licensing, and firms should feel proud in licensing technologies on non-exclusive basis for a small sum. Inventors have to be encouraged. If you pay a small fees, you buy a painting, you pay money for that. That's a copyright. You go and buy a book, it's copyright. You go and buy clothes, somebody has put fashion into that, and they have design protection in that. There are a whole range of instruments and choices that each one of us makes where IP is embedded. The phone that you bought, many of you may not know how many IPs are involved in that phone. And yet, we don't realize that all of us have consumed the benefit of those IPs. So therefore, it's important that while I'm talking about openness, I'm also at the same time supporting the issue of protection. And please remember, whenever pandemics have occurred, there have been many more new inventions that have taken place. And I'm suggesting, Dr. Mashelkar, I would like him to comment that, we often reject molecules because they don't meet the test at 1 or 5% level of significance. Today, we are taking vaccine at 60% level of efficacy. Specificity is high, efficacy is low, and we are accepting that. Then why can't we take molecules where there's no safety issue, there's no adverse safety issue? We should be willing to take those molecules which have 60%, 70%, 80%, 90% effectiveness. So their paradigm change has to take place. And our MSMEs can easily manufacture that and generate choices for the people. So it is necessary that we redefine the paradigm in which for long we have rejected a lot of scientific IP possible potential because we restricted on the very high standard of efficacy. So there is a need for trade-off between accuracy and affordability, sir. If affordability is high, let us say it's like a paracetamol, and 10 paisa I can give you a drug, but effectiveness is low, let's say 80% or 90%. What's the problem? The poor person is not able to afford anything at all. Now he's getting 90% safety, 90% effectiveness. Why not we encourage this? So today on this IP Day, World IP Day, I will strongly urge that we should also change the norms of creating IP in the scientific and technological system so that we can make the conscious trade-off between affordability and accuracy. I would also like to mention about Challenge Award. How many industry associations have issued Challenge Awards for the technology students? Gandhiji announced on 24 July 1929, 7,700 pound, which was 1 lakh at that time. Today it will be 10 crore. US government, that challenge ended on 21st April 2021. A month ago, they gave a challenge, redesign the mask. Now we all know that mask creates fogginess on our spectacles. All of us face this problem. We are living with the inefficiency. US government said, no, we would like to solve this problem. Anybody comes out with a good idea, we will invest in it up to $500,000. As recent as 21st April, the challenge round ended. Why can't we do that? Why can't our industry associations announce challenge awards for the waste that they are producing? Ceramic industry produces so much of waste. And we know we gave an award, Gathy Award, to somebody who used ceramic waste to create new kinds of building material. So we need to find value in every waste that is produced. In industrial ecology, we say waste is a product for which use has not yet been found. We don't call waste at all. Industrial ecology doesn't define waste at all. They say it's a resource for which use has not yet been found. If the entire MSME industry takes this view, then they should issue challenges for all the waste that they have. Make a waste exchange in the country. Today, Legasis must take initiative. We would like to join hand and create a waste exchange for the country so that scientists can use this waste and generate new products and opportunities out of that. We should make a zero waste economy. We should move towards zero waste economy. That's possible. This is a chart which shows when Dr. Mashelkar and myself, we started the journey of NIF from 2000 till 2018, we were together. And more than 1,100 patents were filed by then. Now it is about 1,200 patents. And then a large number of plant variety registration, varieties, trademarks, and copyright, and all of that has been done. And mind you, not one IP lawyer has charged us for their time. Not one IP lawyer. All of them have given, not only in India, even in US. Earlier it was THT, now it is K&G, Kellen Gates, Bill Gates' father's company. They did not charge us any penny for the time that they allocated for drafting our patents and filing them in US. So in India and US, IP community has contributed to creation of IP in the name of grassroots innovators. Similarly, all the scientists of CSIR, ICMR, DBT, ICAR, who added value, who validated and added value to the people's knowledge, did not charge for their time. I must take this occasion to thank all the scientific community. None of them charged us for their time, and many of them did not charge even for materials or RA, because they thought this was a small thing they could cover under their existing projects. And top labs have done that. So I'm very proud to say that when it comes to creating intellectual property for very small people, that is grassroots innovators, farmers, artisans, mechanics, the contribution of scientists, contribution of IP lawyers has been immense. In fact, IP community was the first one in this country to make pro bono contribution to this cause, and this is extremely important. So let me close by saying that could we not create a call today that for 6 or 7 years, if an IP has not received licensing inquiry, Dr. Mashelkar, this is something you will have to get it done. I have talked to Shekhar once or twice, that all that IP for which you have received no query for 6, 7 years, why maintain it? Make it open. And it is not enough to make patents open. You have to also give know-how for that. And you can charge the fees for attending the workshop where you will teach the know-how. That is all right. I'm not asking those workshops to be free. Those can generate revenue. But MSME should be able to then find a huge resource. 9,000 patents have been filed by CSR. We have downloaded all the data we have of 9,000 patents. And many of them can easily be used by the, can be shared with the scientists. So let me just say that if we use this model, and I want to just share for 1 minute the Techpedia, because that will tell them how they can use this platform for, let me see, just 1 second. Where is it? That it will tell them that the use of Techpedia, this knowledge, let me now share. Yes. Here. So if you see this, let us say textile technology. If you go to textile technology, here is a company, small industry in Surat, Siddhi Vinayak Knots and Prints. It wants to reduce the weight of polyester. These students, under the guidance of these professors from SCET Surat, Engineering College Technology Institute in Surat, have done work and how pre-processment treatment has been developed to reduce the weight of polyester. Interesting, isn't it? Very specific problem, very specific team of students solve the problem. This potential is waiting to be harnessed. You know that many students do projects which are of only theoretical value. They are not, nobody uses them. That's a tragedy. Here are our MSMEs which are struggling with it. If they jointly support it, and whenever there is a value, please help students file a patent and then license that patent properly. And in fact, you can also hire those students. So I would say that it is extremely important to connect the young technological students of our country and connect them to the MSME. Thank you so much.
Very good. Now, you know, Suhas, why I asked Anil to go first, because he's always a part of a solution, never a part of a problem. And he has provided all the solutions. In fact, the number of solutions that he has provided are so many, it will take us some time to grasp even what he's saying. I totally 200% agree with whatever he has said. And whatever task you assigned to me, Anil, I will carry it forward because it's a great idea. It's a great idea. Let me start with some fundamentals. You know, the journey of mine in terms of intellectual property rights, very frankly, began in 1989 when I took over as a director of NCL, National Chemical Laboratory. And the challenge was that anytime we did anything that was ahead of the rest of the world, and we went to our Indian industry, they would ask us, have they done it? Has US done it? Has Europe done it? If not, then how can we? So I asked myself a fundamental question. What am I selling? Knowledge. What is my market? Not just India, the whole world. So I said, we'll export our knowledge to the world if internally we are not able to consume it. And we changed the our entire culture by saying not publish or perish, but patent, publish and prosper. First patent, secure your own rights and then publish. Because based on our publication, others are creating patents, others are creating wealth. Indian ideas, Indian knowledge has to create wealth for India first. Right? Then we can distribute it. It's a different matter. But that is where we started. And we demonstrated, as a matter of fact, that the same laboratory which was doing import substitution, that means copying, reverse engineering, started licensing their patents. In fact, in 1991, when we licensed 3 solid-state polycondensation patents to General Electric for close to $1 million, General Electric, in polycarbonate, they were world leaders, 40% market share. And we licensed 3 of our patents to them. all right? Because they had not thought of the idea that we had. And we demonstrated that, yes, in terms of, our talent, the power of ideas, it's not the power of budget, as my guru, Professor M.M. Sharma, has always taught me. Right? That matters. Now, when we started that, one of the bigger issues was I started talking, can you believe it, Suhas, about patent illiteracy. Why? Because I think, first of all, there was this question of awareness. In 1898, it was Sir J.C. Bose who invented the core technology, iron core for wireless. Okay, and he demonstrated it. But when Sister Nivedita went to him and said, patent it, she said, no, sir, this is knowledge for good and public good, etc. He was right, he was a noble soul. But Marconi, who came afterwards, actually discovered that and he patented it. And all of us have learned in our school that Marconi was the inventor. All right, but it was J.C. Bose. That is 1898. In 1998, my team fought the Basmati battle, right? And we won it. Basmati, our own. Okay. So 1898 to 1998, from Bose to Basmati, this has been our journey. So therefore, the kind of awareness that Anil is championing, talking about, is extremely important. That's the first part I want to. The second part is intellectual property rights for an individual. While you talk about it, the society must also benefit from it. That's very important. The reason we give rights is that because it is your idea, you are privileged to take some benefits out of it for a limited period of time. All right, that is the basic idea. But why we should look at IP is also for another reason. I can tell you that in 1989, although we went aggressive and got US patent, we were trying to get a US patent earlier. We are not getting. For example, Anil, Paul Rattuswamy, right? And in zeolites, for example, he was doing great work and he would apply for patents, US patents, and he would not get it. You know why? Because Mobile at ZSM5 had created a portfolio of 150 patents and it was impossible to penetrate that. Okay. So therefore, patents are strategic tools also, in a way. You have to also understand that literacy, when I talk about, it is ability to write and read, by the way. That is another literacy, just like we talk about normal literacy, digital literacy, we must have IP literacy. What do you mean by read and write? You read a patent in such a way that you can bypass it and create your own property. Okay? But write it in such a way that nobody can bypass it. That requires art. For that, you require IP lawyers. And that is why when the pro bono help that was given to Anil that he talks about, and I too, I did beg, borrow and steal, for example. I used Merchant and Gould from US to write our patents. I used the BCG, the World Bank grant that I had, sending our people to get trained in the sort of patent writing, etc., and so on and so forth. So I think the sum and substance before we begin is that ecosystem that we talk about, ability to read, ability to write, ability to valorize. As Anil has rightly pointed out, basically these so-called 0.9 million patents, at a point in time, they actually had three criteria that they sort of fulfilled. What are those? Novelty, non-obviousness, and utility. So anything that we do, including our SMEs, they have to ask ourselves, is it novel? Is it non-obvious? All right. And is it usable? Is it commercially exploitable? So that is a treasure source, 0.9 million patents. And because of certain change of context, decide the content, as again my guru Anil has taught me. You will remember your lecture in CSR, that room, you drew on a blackboard one line and then another line, which was bigger than that, and told us how context decide the content, what is small and what is big. So therefore that might have changed. So this is a treasure. So I would urge our small and medium enterprises to look into this because of these fundamentals. I'm getting into fundamentals, basically, for this reason, and there is a sort of a trade. The other point that I want to emphasize is, very frankly, Anil, I'm extremely proud about the way our startups have responded to pandemic.
Correct, correct, sir.
Like I would say they have done better than many of the top institutions.
Correct.
And I can tell you, Anil, in mid-June in Atlanta, I was asked to address Indo-US Business Council as the first keynote on technology. And the title I took was, because 2020 is, according to me, is not just the year of pandemic, it is year of Indian science. Very frankly, what we have been able to do is sort of spectacular. Whether people recognize, politicians recognize, I don't care. But this is a fact, okay? And I remember in my presentation, I highlighted the work of our startups on what they have been able to do. For example, that AI.cure, as you will remember, looking at X-rays and using artificial intelligence, within less than $2, within 5 minutes, he's able to detect sort of COVID. And that was used in Dharavi, by the way. Okay. And he had protected that intellectual property. Similarly, Anil has been the chairman of the Anjani Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Awards that we give. And this year we gave it to a system by which you can convert any bed into a stand-up ICU. All right. And that sort of this thing, and you can see now people are dying because they can't get into ICU because they don't have access to ICU beds. And as we speak, currently, there are 100 hospitals which are using it, by the way. And it is saving lives because it has also AI incorporated in that. All right, so that it is able to predict what will happen, and people are sort of transferred to ICU with an injury. And the 98.4% accuracy, this thing is done. The medical accuracy, 7 parameters are basically measured. And I can keep on giving such examples. So the point I'm trying to make, since you are clubbing both SMEs and the startups, etc., and there is a huge intellectual property there, by the way, that has been basically created. So here are brilliant examples where opportunities have been created out of that adversity. What we require is one, that aspiration and the self-confidence that we can do it. At least I have been projecting that to the rest of the world during the last 3 months.
No, sir, that is fantastic. In a sense, what you talk in terms of IP literacy and its ability to read and write and understand IP through IP thinking process. I'm going to kind of quickly move on to the role, and you alluded to that in terms of startup ecosystem responding to the crisis, and within the crisis, looking at what are the crisis critical IPs and how this has been created. Sir, I just want your views and then Professor Gupta's views on what else can these MSMEs look forward to? Because I think the traditionally looking at it, most of the MSMEs are looking at complete stress when it comes to their financial ability today. However, there are these kind of examples. Can they reskill themselves in the digital space? Can they upskill? What is it that they need to look forward to doing it?
Yeah, Anil will start first, then I'll come. Because my job becomes easy, he answers everything. And then
I will let you. No, this is something you should first respond.
No. Go ahead.
So, as you are referring to the need for, can you repeat the point that whether the MSMEs can harness? Did you say that?
Yeah, so 2 things. I think when we talk about first growth and second sustainability, you see, currently, I mean, and sustenance is one part which is prior to coming that. Today, I think when we are talking about the struggle that SMEs are having, you see, the first important struggle is they need to survive.
See, my response to that is I have developed a concept called as network entrepreneurship. And I will give you 5, there are 5 models, but I'll refer to 3 or 4 quickly. First model is that we are all independently working, but we don't collaborate. So what are the ways in which we can collaborate? First way is we can make a common catalog. So let's say you are in machine tool. There are some gears or some part that you make. Some other parts are your neighbor makes. Some other parts another friend of yours makes. Third, fourth part. Some other parts are made by 7 person in Chennai. Somebody in Bangalore. Somebody does in Maharashtra. They're all distributed. But let's say for the customer, they have to go to 10 places, 15 places, 50 places to find different parts. But their needs are integrated. So they want all of those parts to be available to them in one single catalog. So what did Micrometric Machine Tool do it? Narendran and his colleagues in Ghaziabad, Bangalore, and Maharashtra, there were 7 friends from Machine Tool Institute, Bangalore. They created a common marketing company for independent, autonomous manufacturing companies. So the customer could get products, offerings of all the entrepreneurs in one place. So that is one issue, that the network entrepreneurship will require people to pool their offerings and reduce the transaction cost of the customer. So much so that if sometimes your product doesn't satisfy you, say, well, I will tell you somebody else's product which will satisfy your need and I know them. So you take interest in encouraging your competitors who may better meet the need of the customer than yours. You don't realize that you have now built a friendship, you have built a partnership. And that person will come back to you even for some other thing that they will need. That is one. Second thing is that we should also realize that the learning among the institution is very important. So when you have to train your children to become entrepreneurs or owners of your companies, many times, most of the CEOs are their second generation or second generation leaders. I mean, their parents set up the company, now their children are taken care of. These children must be trained not in your own company, but somebody else's company, so that they learn professionally the art under a whip of someone who will be a hard taskmaster. In Lyon, in France, during the early industrial revolution, 18th century, Lyon was famous for loom. So there, every loom owner will put their children as an apprentice in somebody else's loom, not their own loom. That means even during the industrial revolution time, they were cooperative model of learning, entrepreneurial network model of entrepreneurship. Somehow they were never taught to us. We were only taught about Shylockian model. So I would say that it is useful for entrepreneurs to network and build practices where they will learn from each other. Thirdly, of course, is that the IP cannot always be made by only what you invent. Dr. Mashelkar knows it better than anybody else, that there are several things which go into a product. I'll give you an example of CSIR, and nobody should misunderstand. We did a study, Zygam and Devika and ourselves, we look at the patents on water filtering technology. Now, there were about 13 labs which filed 405C, 4, 5, 6 patents on water filtering. Obviously, none of them went very far in the marketplace, Dr. Mashelkar knows. But if we had taken the best component of each and put them together and created a new synthetic design, that could have possibly taken over the market. So even in public sector, we need it, but for private sector, we should remember that when Intel and Motorola when Google and Motorola can join hands, when large companies which used to compete with each other have joined hands today in pharma, in IT, how can small entrepreneurs avoid that process? They will have to learn to cooperate. So while IP is a tool of competitive advantage, I used to teach a course on IP and IMA where we said, the strategic management of intellectual property for competitive and collaborative advantage. Once we know who are the people working in my domain, I need to bring them overboard and say, like, can we work together to produce a robust IP, which will then be able to find a model of place in the global marketplace? So I think the cooperation has not been emphasized enough in the MSME sector for producing world-class products and services, which will obviously require creation of very valuable IP. And we continue to work in the lonely furrows as if alone we can become the leader of the world. Nobody has done that. The biggest companies, I mean, Microsoft took over Hotmail, took over that. They acquired so many other innovations of other companies to be able to become what they became later on. They invented very few things, actually speaking. Now, MSMEs may not be able to have complete ability to acquire certain solutions, but surely enough, they can. Lastly, I would say that every public sector lab has a lot of technologies available at very low or licensing term. Indian Petroleum recently developed an oxygen generating plant. And yesterday I talked to Dr. Anjan Ray, the director of IIP. He said there are about 2,000 orders that they have come. They are going to supply about 200 in the next 2 months. Now, their ability to provide only 200 in next 3 months is limited because of the funds and capacity they have. But if MSMEs were to approach Indian Petroleum, and say, look, sir, we would like to partner with you, and let us make it 200 to 2,000. It can happen. So both the R&D labs and the MSME clusters must come out of their conventional, comfort zone and start cooperating, start collaborating to create new solutions. That will lead to sustainability. That sustainability will also come through, as I said, zero waste economy, where I mentioned earlier that we will have to create a waste exchange. We will have to create challenge awards. Anybody can find a useful product out of my waste, offer some 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 50 lakh awards, depending upon the capacity and depending upon how crucial the transportation cost of that waste is. Today, we are paying to dispose of that waste. Tomorrow, people will come and buy it from us. That is the way we should try to create a market. So I hope that the sustainability will come through very strong cooperation among the entrepreneurs and the public sector and private sector labs.
Yeah. So, see, once again, you saw Anil is full of ideas and he has told us what. I will just add on to, as usual, what he said. I think the first and the most important part is that when you are in trouble, you have to think. Thinking is inventing, innovating. Innovation is also doing things differently. Because if you kept on doing the same things, you will end up or remain at the same place. And IP is just one part of the innovation system. And what we are saying is that dig into it. Because it is full of ideas, it is full of solutions. You don't have to create your own, but it is all around. And again, you can use it in combination, like you said. It is not collecting the dots, but connecting the dots that matters. And if you connect seemingly unconnected dots, you create new value. Basically, that is how breakthroughs have come. I mean, what is so great in this? Basically, all the known technologies are there, but the way they have been sort of connected is what matters. The second part also that you also obliquely referred to, and Ani also, IP is just one part of it. Okay, how do you move from idea to impact? How do you move from mind to marketplace? In fact, how do you? In fact, this is the title of the talk I'm giving day after tomorrow in the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Summit is there. It is starting today, so day after tomorrow. And this is accelerating the journey from great science to great impact. Okay? Because how do you do that? And that it just doesn't depend upon you. It depends upon the system that we talk about. I can't show you this slide, but this is my fourth slide, which actually shows that there are different components. There are knowledge institutions, like universities, national labs, corporate R&Ds, etc. Then there is government, national government, local government. Policies are what they influence, the infrastructure and the rest of it. Then there is private sector, industry, of course. The corporates, SMEs that we are talking about, startups that we are talking about, supply chains and so on. And then there is the civil society, NGOs, communities, social enterprises. And I'm giving one example after the other on how it is the combination of these which actually matter. Once again, you will remember, Anil, that one of the awards that had gone was for that $1 breast cancer scanning.
Yes, sir.
Remember that? iBreast, Mihir Shah. This was one of the awardees. Anil was chairman of the Anjali Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Award for 10 years and one of that award. Now, how was he helped as a matter of fact? He developed it. But then there was the question of some foundation coming in and giving him money so that he could do the sort of scale up. He got money from corporate social responsibility. He got then partnership with private sector. The General Electric, the GE Life Sciences joining him, and then they will say, so it was a partnership. Okay. So in this context, there are these partnerships that become extremely important. IP, believe me, is just one component of it. But IP embodies an idea which will make you go out of that orbit and go somewhere. But that enabling environment is extremely critical, I would say. So putting that together, we can create a win-win. But the basic idea is that you have to innovate. You have to do things differently. Innovation is doing things differently for making a difference, not only to you, but to the society.
No, great. So thank you very much there. I'm conscious of the time. It's almost 6 o'clock, and I know at 6:15, Professor Gupta ji have to leave.
Yeah,
But sir,
6:20. Okay.
Yeah, but sir, I think one of the part of the theme for WIPO, and which is interestingly, talks about when we look at MSME as focusing around the IPs. You see that the importance of traditional knowledge, importance of indigenous innovations, and importance of cultural expressions, because when we talk about copyrights, I think the cultural expressions become far more prominent in the space of intellectual property. So there is a focus of these three elements, and in Indian context, I think the perception till now has been that the IP is a concept which is probably does not promote these three areas or three elements. You see, sir, I would like to hear from both of you as to what is it that we need to do so that this ecosystem that captures indigenous innovations, traditional knowledge, and cultural expression becomes a very strong ecosystem.
Yeah. Anil is the father of grassroots innovation movement in India. His famous dictum that everybody is someone, his famous dictum that minds on the margin are not marginalized minds. That is an extraordinarily important point. And he has devoted his entire life to it. So let's first hear from him. Then I will add on my little bit about the traditional knowledge part of it. The turmeric battles, basmati battles, but also what resides in what our ancestors did, working in laboratories of their life, not in actual laboratories, and how precious that is. I'll supplement it with that. So, Anil.
Sir, IP is not a new instrument, is not something which came in last 200 years. In Murshidabad, there used to be a mango variety which was offered to the viceroy during British time. And the farmers had a convention of sending this basket full of mangoes to him. But before sending, they will puncture the stone of each mango with a very thin needle. They didn't want the viceroy to grow the same mango in their garden. So by puncturing the stone, they made it impossible for anybody to regrow that mango. And that's how they maintained their intellectual property. Every year, the viceroy will have to depend upon the Murshidabad farmers to get that particular variety of mango. There are many other examples, sir, where we have either for good reason or bad reason prevented certain people to get certain kind of knowledge. There have been also socially unacceptable ways of preventing people, certain classes to get knowledge, and also there are certain cultural reasons. There is a famous saying a very popular saying among the rural areas that if I tell you this traditional knowledge, then it will lose its effectiveness. And like that, there were many barriers which were used to prevent sharing of knowledge, not because they didn't want to, but because if it went in a wrong hand, who did not understand the diagnosis properly, he might dispense it wrongly. And therefore, the good knowledge will get a bad name because of the bad handling. That was also one of the reasons why sometimes people did not disclose the practice to everybody. But we were very lucky, sir. During our Shodh Yatras, learning walk to different parts of the country, we were told almost unhesitatingly in every part of the country. When we were in Andaman in the Shodh Yatra, one lady was using the leaves of portulaca, the morning flower that we all have in our homes. And we asked, why did you collect these small, small leaves of portulaca morning flowers? She said it is useful for diabetes. Then we did quickly some research and found that yes. Now, this way, many scientists have documented the knowledge of the people in the past, published it. That means they brought it in the public domain. People lost their IP. Every time we publish the knowledge of people without acknowledgement, without attribution, without any reciprocity, we took away the IP rights of the people. That's something that Honeybee Network and Sashti Gyan and I have tried to correct. So first thing is that when we deal with knowledge of people, we must not only protect their rights, but we must also share with them what research we did on that. Many times, sir, we publish in English language, we didn't share it with the local committees in local language, something that we try to correct in our own work. Third is that, of course, we should acknowledge them. They should become the co-authors of the patent of the publications and sole authors of the patent. So all the 1,200 patents by NIF are in the name of innovators. Not one has co-authorship with anybody else, even though scientists help in validating it. So we must create that kind of thing. Fourth is that many times by pooling the best practices, by pooling several IP, as we mentioned earlier, more valuable IP emerges, and that is where the technology commons concept come in. But finally, I would say that the ethical guidelines that are being developed now by CSIR, Sittigere and Vishwajanani and others who are in charge of TKDL now, Dr. Vishwajanani, I'm chairing that committee, which is developing the ethical guidelines, which will govern the relationship of scholars in the formal sector with the knowledge of the informal sector. So at long last, we are developing a protocol. So far, UGC, AICTE did not have any guidelines about how the knowledge of the people, cultural knowledge, indigenous knowledge, the traditional knowledge will be used by the formal sector when you document it, when you write your PhD thesis on it. How would you attribute it? How will you acknowledge it? How will you enhance the knowledge of the people by sharing with them what you learn from other communities? In fact, giving back to them what you have learned from other communities augments their knowledge. We were not doing that even. So there is a great deal for reciprocity, responsibility, and respect in building relationship with the local communities. I will conclude by saying, sir, during our Shodhyatra in Barpali, in Odisha, we met Karna Meher and his wife, young people. And they made a kurta without a stitch, sir. Can you believe it?
Fantastic.
A kurta without a single stitch. That means they wove it. Sweaters we know that are woven. But kurtas are fabric, that they will be a single piece kurta. What kind of loom they would have devised, what kind of technology they would have had to do that. So there is a huge cultural richness of design, of weaving, of fabricating in Northeast and other parts of the country. And that remains to be documented, but documented with an ethical responsibility that they will get the due. If a textile industry uses a design from a native indigenous motif on a sari or on a textile, they never give anything back to those people. For such a long time, the large sector, corporate sector, has used the designs and motifs from the indigenous communities and local communities, but never given back to them anything. But I think time has come that we should respect, the IPR of the people should be like a human right, we should respect it, we should reciprocate it, and we should responsibly compensate them for whatever we learn from them.
Yeah. Fully agree. So Anil, as usual, has covered this knowledge of the people and how that has to be dealt with when any wealth is created, any social good is created out of that. My own experience, of course, I've been associated with Anil in National Innovation Foundation for close to 2 decades now. Both of us have been involved very deeply. So I share all that he has said, and I can assure you that based on people's knowledge, small enterprises have come. They have created wealth. They have created jobs, actually. For want of time, perhaps Anil did not mention, but there are several of these.
Large number.
They are available on the NIF website if you go.
Correct. So NIFindia.org.
Yes, that's it. So if you go there, you will find how businesses have been created out of that. We don't have to wait for licensing technologies from here, there, etc., etc. Our own knowledge can create technologies for our own good, for India. I like to call it as innovation, Indian innovation for India, made by Indians, which is very special, which nobody else can. I mean, and that is something special. The other one is traditional knowledge that you talked about, that goes back to old traditions. As a matter of fact, when wrong patents on turmeric were given, wound healing properties of turmeric are known to everybody. And suddenly that patent was given, and I remember our team at CSR fought it, and within 14 months we recovered it. And they had to give the evidence that it is a prior knowledge. It might appear as a small act, but it acted in a big way. Many times, small things lead to big things. It ended up with a 30 million pages traditional knowledge digital library, ensuring that no patent sort of examiner will give any patent to anything that is traditional knowledge based without consulting. You get my point. So that small act. In fact, Professor Gangadhar, what happened after that? Actually, many people know me more about that patent than my science, by the way. So I'm called not Mashelkar.
That is true.
Haldi Ghati ki ladai.
Haldi Ghati ki ladai, yeah.
Haldi Ghati ki ladai. I remember Professor Gangadhar Gadgil had asked me, because Biko Vajradanti felicitated me, by the way. And Professor Gangadhar Gadgil was a great economist, in Indian college.
Yeah.
He asked me, why did you fight it? It was not your business. It was supposed to be done by Industrial Policy Promotion, that department. So I said, no, I fought it because I'm an Indian. That's all, as simple as that. Making it my own responsibility. But I'm glad I did that. And that too without taking government's permission, by the way. Otherwise, it would have taken years. And that actually, in WIPO, since we are celebrating WIPO's IP Day, 176 nations, and I remember telling them that knowledge generated in Oxford and Cambridge and Caltech and Princeton, Stanford is knowledge and not generated by my predecessors in laboratories of life. And that is where they agreed. And then they found that traditional knowledge was not considered as knowledge at all. So they used to go by what is called as a resource classification, textile, this, that, and the other. And there was no subgroup for traditional knowledge at all. And then there was a 5-nation committee, India, China, Europe, US, and Japan, which actually worked out that traditional knowledge resource classification. And full credit must go to my colleague V.K. Gupta. He took charge of it and created that traditional knowledge resource classification. And that is where no wrong patterns will be given now, because that's a big screen. But there are two important points that come up. The first is, we'll protect. So what? This is mine, I'm protecting it. You can't. But those 30 million pages is treasure out of knowledge. Just as just now, Anil talked about those 0.9 million US patents. Similarly, this also is a great knowledge that our ancestors have done. And we can use it to create new products. We can do more research. We can combine with modern science to get like what R.L. Jammu did. Instead of, what they did was that they found that in Ayurveda, there is this Trikuta, which has black pepper, and that is piperine. And if you put piperine along with the drug, then you're bioenhancing. That means the availability of the drug in the bloodstream increases. What it means is that you have to take not 4 tablets, but 2 tablets. That means less toxicity, less cost. And today, we did the clinical trials, and now that's a product, Insulin, that is being sold by Cadila in the market. And people are benefiting. This is for tuberculosis. So what I'm saying is that knowledge is extremely precious. You combine it with modern science, and you can create new products. So we must respect that sort of knowledge. And as Anil said, if we understand economics of knowledge, and within that knowledge, not just knowledge generated in laboratories, in universities or national laboratories, but laboratories generated by people, by our ancestors, and create wealth and social good on the basis of that. That should be the way for India, because India, as people say, is a rich country where poor people live. And it is rich because of this knowledge, people's knowledge, traditional knowledge, and that must be used to create wealth for India.
Very true.
Sir, amazing. I mean, I don't want this discussion to stop, but I'm aware of the fact that we've limited by time. But it's been actually, a lot of wisdom that we collected in past.
Can I say something, by the way? Sorry, I forgot. Anil forgets about all the honors that he has got. He doesn't even list them. For example, he has got Star of Asia Award before me, by the way, but he doesn't list it. I found today. Okay. But there is one thing that I want to remind him of. In 2003, the intellectual property management magazine.
Yes.
You said the top 50 most influential people in intellectual property in the world. And both Anil and I found a place in that. Anil, because of people's knowledge, and me because of traditional knowledge, by the way. So I thought I will just remind him of that.
Thank you.
No, sir. We've been lucky that we've been able to kind of talk to you and understand from you. Sir, that's pleasure, privilege, honor, our luck that we are getting these, wisdom pearls that we're going to cherish. We're going to not only cherish these moments, but I must say that once again, congratulations to Professor Gupta ji, sir. I think it's an honor to us, and your acceptance of award makes us work harder.
If there are comments and questions from the participants, kindly collect them. We will definitely find time to respond to each one of them. We have not given them enough time, but I see 350 people there, so it should be fair to them that if they have questions and they write, we'll be most keen. Both, I'm sure, Dr. Mashelkar and myself, both of us will.
I'll be very happy to respond.
No, it's our commitments, and we'll collect all the questions and reach out to both of you. I think it's very important. We're thankful to the entire audience, and I think we've had a very interesting day. We started off with an international panel in the morning, where we tried to learn from various countries and jurisdictions as to what the ecosystem is doing to promote IPs in the MSME sector. And I think we're concluding with this panel. Sir, I'm very grateful to both of you. Much obliged, and I have no words to thank both of you. Over to you, Jaideep. JD.
Sirs, thank you so much for gracing the occasion. I really wish we had more time to spend with you. I remember Suhas and my trip to Ahmedabad when we wanted to request Sir to kind of grace this occasion and accept this award. This was a brief period when we were able to travel even amidst COVID. And I mean, the session was so fantastic. One thing that Sir left me with was that always innovate with either what is abandoned or what is abundant. Because what is abandoned is of no one's use and no one will kind of come and halt you using that. Or use what is abundant so that again no one comes and prevents you from using what is there. I mean, that is so simple but so powerful, and it'll stay with me for the rest of my life. So thank you so much.
For poor people, abundance gives them chance of gaining access. In a scarce resources, they can be excluded so easily. So it's very nice that you recall that.
I think that more from less for more.
Yes.
Correct. And Dr. Mashelkar, I mean, each time one hears you, there is always something new to learn. I still can't get over your acceptance speech from October 2019. If there was a YouTube list of videos that I would like to maintain in listening, that speech of October 2019 goes right on number one to kind of inspire and motivate anyone. So thank you so much again for joining us over here. Dr. Salunke, sir, thank you so much. You've spent a lot of time with us. Truly appreciate your presence over here. And Suhas, thank you for giving us all the encouragement and guidance on the World IP Day. With this, I hand it over back to Mehek to call the event a wrap.
Thank you, JD. Thank you all the participants for being a part of World IP Day. Thank you to all the people who have made this event and successful event. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, sirs. Professor Gupta ji, Dr. Mashelkar, sir. We will keep on exchanging notes and bothering you again and again, sir.
No bother at all. It's such a fantastic pleasure. Always. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay safe. All of you stay safe.
Uday, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just to add on for all the participants.
I have to say something to Uday.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Uday, every time I look at you, you look more and more handsome.
That's true, sir. I agree with you.
No, but I just wish to share with Professor Gupta, sir, in terms of that zero waste exchange. Actually, I'm just embedded. I'll also speak with Suhas, and we will also discuss what best can be done in that.
Let's do that. Let us do that. Let us
Yes,
work
yes,
on
sir.
it.
We'll
like
act,
to work with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you very much. Thanks.
It was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, JD. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, bye.
Hey, thanks, JD, Mehak, Ashni,
Yeah.
Aditi.
Team as well. Yeah. And Swasti.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mehak, you want to take a quick few seconds and thank the people who made this event a success?
Sure. Yes. So I would like to thank Ayon Ganguly, though he's not here today with us. I mean, he has some personal emergency, but he worked the last day of this event, but he couldn't be a part of this event. He has put tremendous effort to make this event a successful one. I would like to thank Apurva Shukla, Apurva Shukla and Raja Sethi to come up with the entire designing and coding of the flute.in. I would like to thank Kamal Goyal, who worked on the entire part of the hackathon. Lee Korea and coordinating with our partners, academic partner and BSc. Ashni Iyer to host with me on this event. Dinah for coordinating with our participants. Maruti, all the designs, all the collaterals that has been designed it has been done by Maruti. Thank you. Nayan to do all the tech part. The Zoom is happening is because of Nayan. Thank you. Last but the least, the entire team of Apurva, that is Bharat, Shardul, and Sudarshan, to make the flute.in successful in less than 48 hours. But it is live today. Thank you so much. And Atharva Patwardhan for coordinating for this event. Thank you everyone for making this event a successful one.
And a big thank you to Aditi and Mehak. Thank you.
Thank you, JD.
Yes. Thank you, JD, and for all the
support. Thank you to you too for all the support and guiding us to make this a best.
No, not at all. Not at all. Let's reconvene after this and let's take a group picture outside of this event. Thank you all. See you. Bye.
Yes. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Win-Win, for your comments.